Yo, what is going on, Vigo's Court? We have the final verdict right here. I'm your judge, Judge Vader. I am joined by Counselor Q and by Counselor Shep.
Yo, what it do? What it do? It has been, we had qualifiers, 2 weeks of preseason, 12 weeks of regular season, a weekend of some postseason, and it all comes down to this. Shep, are you excited?
I am super excited. We have come here today for the final judgment between Demise and Deathwish. Final verdict.
The
final verdict of Demise
verdict.
and Deathwish.
I'm super excited for this, and for the viewers, because you may not know, the way this works out, we're going to play 4 trials, right, on this map, which will be Rancid Abattoir. That'll be the first map we're playing on. And then we will go to another map. This is going to be the best of 3. This is not just one game, one and done, and that's it. So you guys will be here for a series.
Yeah, I'm excited. This should be a good one. And of course, with the extra time involved, it's one of those things where it's like the mistakes, I feel like you can make up for them in a single trial, but at the same time, if you let the mistakes compound and you let the score get a little bit out of hand, you're starting to kind of put yourself behind the 8 ball early, because you don't want to lose the first set and then kind of still have mistakes going on in, game trials 1 or maybe even 2 of the second set. So I'm sure our teams here have been prepared. I'm sure they're warming up. I can't wait.
Me neither, honestly. I'm super excited about it. Shep, what do you think? I mean, initial thoughts here from seeing Demise and Deathwish both being kind of in this position, right?
I'm anticipating some really intense games. Deathwish and Demise both. I mean, Demise has been strong pretty much the entire season. Deathwish came in, inherited a pretty not nice record, and still was able to come out in the final 2. So, this is going to be really, really fun, I feel like, for the both of us. And we have a lot of matches to get through today. So I'm really excited to see what we see on the killer side of things. I think it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and with everything being on the table, I mean, we've got Osaka ready right here. We're waiting, of course, for one survivor to join for Demise. And here, I'll go ahead and give you guys a little peekers right there. They're getting ready. Of course, we do see Ultra here. We see Super Aaron Nova. We see GPU. I'm wondering, will we possibly see a Q-Top join in there? Maybe not.
Maybe.
But Osaka in the killer spot, so you already know it's going to be a party.
Yeah, it should be interesting here. I mean, we've kind of seen Demise be the team throughout the season. I feel was atop a lot of people's lists for kind of being the favorites, right? You'd had at the start of the season, I feel like it was Arctic Wolves 6, Demise kind of being in the 3rd slot, right? Just because I feel like Arctic Wolves and 6 had a little bit stronger showing during the preseason. Demise kind of got to fly, I would say, under the radar when you think of the best teams of the league, but then, like you talked about, though, Deathwish came in. They had to fight back and, really fight back to be able to earn their slot into the wild card slot. Then they've been able to, move up from there. We constantly talk about momentum in Comp DBD, and I can't help but feel that momentum is on the side of what I think most people would be considering the underdog tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree with you there, because Deathwish has come in and just nobody expected him to be in this position. They're here now, and it's like,
yeah,
if nobody was able to stop him up to this point, then who? Right.
But I definitely remember when Deathwish came in, we were like, yeah, you guys are probably going to be here to play for fun, your record's not that great, and they're like, all right, fucking bet, and here they are. They proved that's wrong.
I mean, for sure. That's why I think this is going to be absolutely bonkers. I'm ready for it. And as a reminder for everybody, once again, the map we are going to is the Rancid Abattoir. So definitely, it is a cold wind farm map. Please don't get corn blind. But honestly, there are a few killers you could use here, and with everybody being on the table, guys, who do you really expect to see here? Q, do you want to go ahead and give me who you think first?
Oh man, I don't know. It's tough, right? Because like I don't know if you lead right off the bat with your strongest picks, because we know that we're going to be playing things out for a little bit today. And with it being Rancid, I mean, this is maybe a map where you might see some of your more like, maybe like upper B tiers come out as far as to start. Maybe we see, like an Executioner. Maybe we see a Huntress, even though you have to deal with some corn blindness, but you still have some open portions that you can still work around. So I would start with those, or maybe even a Plague for y'all. Y'all know how I've been a fan of Plague since their changes. So
yeah, Plague has been a lot of fun. Shep, what do you think though? What do you think we see?
I think Plague on this map is probably a safe bet, considering, it's Rancid. Maybe a Pyramid Head. We saw a really good Pyramid Head showing last week. I think there are a lot of options here, but we do see all 4 of our Survivor offerings and our cut coin from our killer. So why don't we talk about rules, maybe?
I would agree. Let's go ahead and review how our killer will score points. Of course, our killers will score points via those hooks, and you will notice our hook points are backloaded. So that death hook is worth more than that first or second hook. Progressions are worth 1 less point, but if there is a 7th or 8th progression, you do get 1 point each to prevent point starving. If you do get a 4K, you do get 2 additional points there. An entity kill, such as the endgame collapse, would be the corresponding hook, plus the progressions. And a bleed out would result in 0 points there, allowing for 30 points total for the killer. So definitely our killers are going to be trying to get as many points as possible on the field. And Shep and Q, it's your turn. Take it away.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take another trip on back into the fog. And look, I'm not one of those type of people that would like to say I told you so, but actually
I certainly am.
Yeah, I love to say it, man. Executioner first thing out. Let's go ahead and go. I'm excited. Are you ready here, Chef?
I am so excited. I always love seeing really good Pyramid Head play, and we saw a really strong Pyramid Head from Osaka last weekend, so hopefully he'll have another good performance here. We do find scratch marks in our main building. Not the most ideal place for a chase, but that main door is out, so we will have no problem picking up chase with Sleepy J here.
Yeah, and it is worth noting, as we had pushed Sleepy J, I believe they had already had some progress on that mid-gen there in main, and we did not see any sparks, so we are not going to be seeing a Ruin in play here, which I believe shows some confidence here from Osaka, saying that, hey, I don't need the help of a Ruin. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come out and I'm going to earn some hooks here and just do things the old-fashioned way. Here is down number 1 very quick with a nice M2, and this is now going to be hook number 1, not even 75 seconds into the trial.
Yeah, definitely going to get a nice hook over in our corrupt zone, which is going to force a survivor to have to come over here away from our generators that already probably have progress on them at this point in the trial. And it's way back in this corner too. This is a good spot for Osaka to be in right now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got yourself a nice little 3-gen lined up on this side. It sounds like there hasn't really been any progress as far as on this mid-gen. It sounded like maybe just the tap from earlier. But, with this door being open, that makes it a little bit easier for Osaka to be able to put pressure here. And I don't really see Osaka having a reason to need to push away from the corner at this point. I mean, even if you surrender 2, even heaven forbid 3 gens, you've got a 4-gen set up over here that you'll be able to play yourself into, especially as these resources over here start to deplete as well.
We are going to see that deadlock coming into play. So Osaka is going to, if he can hold this this 4-gen over here, he's going to be able to put down a lot of pressure. And we are going to see borrowed time on Sleepy J here. Good for him, because that was a really nice M2 otherwise.
Yeah, we were able to see the at least borrowed time gets you some extra distance. Now moving to the opposite corner over here, which may allow our survivors, or at least maybe one of them between GPU or Ultra to be able to rotate over and start attacking that 3-gen setup, since the corrupt intervention has since expired here. But seeing another very nice M2 here from Osaka is going to get another health state change. I do believe that was onto Ultra here. Now working as far as around the tractor, going to be trying to see if, I think that's a balanced landing play to build extra distance to go back to this pallet to be able to drop that and build some distance.
And trying to get the M2 on this blind here, but not quite finding our target. I'm gonna be curious to see if our survivor's still even in the area, but I guess we didn't see him take off there. Unfortunately, that animation lock is going to come into Osaka's favor, and we are going to get the down on Ultra here.
And you'll also even see Ultra trying their best to pretty much bury themselves into the corner, even after the down. For anybody watching, that's just basically, if in case you were kind of wondering what the process is, that's just to make sure that Osaka spends as much time as possible doing this whole process. As you see, generator number 2 popping over across the way. We are going to be seeing that deadlock coming into play here, so wouldn't be surprised if we see the survivor that's over here to be end up rotating for the save. And I believe that is actually the Michaela, who is indeed heading this way. I don't know if I move in for the save here with an M2. That's at least going to be taking the hit before what might have even been a borrowed time play. Avoiding the M2 here as well, being Sleepy J. Worth noting that Osaka's spreading the pressure, even though, as Vader had mentioned, the point loads are points being backloaded here. Nice M2 though.
Really nice M2. And it's going to be a really quick down on Sleepy J here. Osaka doing a really good job of taking advantage of the survivors at these pallets, as one should with Pyramid Head. And this generator in the back, actually, by our hook, is going to be our most progressed generator. So Deadlock's going to go ahead and take a hold of that for a little bit here. Giving Osaka, I mean, he's still got that 3-gen on the other side, so he's probably going to want to go check that out without having to worry about this side a little too much.
Yeah, and the good bit of information for Osaka, at least at this point, seeing the deadlock, and then we walked over there and heard that there wasn't too much progress on it. You know that you have at least a little bit of a time, and you know that even if you have 2 survivors, say, stacked up on a gen trying to grind it out, once one is complete, deadlock will protect the other. So you do have the ability to pretty well sit here and confirm this stage. However, with that gen getting done, there at this point in the gen being blocked across the way, it does mean that the save here could buy you just a little bit of additional time. We see, though, it is tap. I'm not sure if they're by themselves, because Osaka is displaying a really good amount of patience.
And just able to stop the unhooking animation to not get grabbed there. Good timing for GPU. That will be Sleepy J getting off the hook, and he will not progress to death just yet, but that will be Osaka taking GPU's first hook state.
And that's pretty insane, because we are now also going to be seeing generator number 5 getting complete. You will see over on the right side of your screen, we will notice that haste status effect. That is because Osaka wanted to make sure that no one would escape death. It does look like we have already had that sound notification, as well as far as for the no way out. 3 stacks on that will be keeping our survivors in this trial for an additional 48 seconds. Should be able to guarantee Osaka a second stage onto GPU here. The question, though, we do see that the one door is pretty far away. If we have all 3 survivors over there, I think they just take the 3 out if Osaka doesn't go over there right now and put a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, honestly, I think that would be the safest bet. You know, they've probably been confirming perks as they go, but with that 4th perk slot obviously going to be unknown, they might not want to risk it, especially this early on. Oh, but we do see the unhook come in, so maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, we see the unhook coming in, and also worth noting, we do see the broken status effect onto the detective tap here, and they open the door across the way. The question is, how close are our other survivors in order to be able to get out? Because otherwise we might be able to look at a potential hatch play. We are probably going to be seeing this survivor left on the ground at least for a little bit here by our killer Osaka. 1, 2, we're gonna be seeing Michaela State Mills still maybe sticking around. No, actually it's gonna be taking 3 out here, and I'm wondering if that might be trying to bait Osaka into a pickup maybe for a potential D-strike?
Potentially. I mean, you kind of play, a risky waiting game here. Could be D-Strike. I doubt that it's going to be unbreakable with Tap still kind of moseying along there. Sure, he's kind of
unless you're crawling, trying to hope that you hear like the hatch, right? And then
yeah, exactly.
Unbreakable into a dead hard. But now with the pickup, and it does look like that was actually the deliverance there that had came in, by the way, as well. So that was part of the reason why nobody was around, probably for the save. You're already by the door. Makes that decision for the 3-out that much easier. With the sacrifice here, we're going to be seeing overall 6 stages. So I mean, not too bad of a performance here. I mean, we're talking about right now, you can see on the scoreboard, Demise in a pretty good spot as far as on their side. Deathwish did probably want to see at least a couple more points, but I mean, this is only the first trial. We got plenty more room to go.
Yeah, definitely not a bad way to start, especially with Pyramid Head. He's not really he's like what, mid A tier maybe, so not a bad performance.
I would have to agree with you guys. Definitely not a bad performance. It'll be really interesting to see how it changes. I've already gotten the invite from Ultra, so it'll be interesting to see if Deathwish can return the favor and gain some points on the Survivor side as well, or if Ultra will be able to extend this lead. But for sure, I think we also do have some awards to actually announce.
Some awards? You mean that we're going to be letting people know about some of the great performances that we have seen throughout season 2 over here in Vigo's court?
Yeah. Exactly that, actually. Yeah. So, hey, so for the first one I want to talk about, guys, the first one here. All right, let me go ahead and let me bring it in close for everybody. Okay. Come here, just real close, okay?
I feel like we're at practice. Bring it in tight, guys. Come on.
Bring it in tight. Bring it in tight. I'm glad y'all are here. Okay? So, the first award that we have for today is for the Game of the Year. The Game of the Year this year, we had a lot of options. We had Hookers and Outlaws of the Fog. I believe that's where the Nemi actually had a zombie drop down and down 2 survivors to get the 4K. Amazing.
That was against
right?
Hex Girls.
Or that was against Hex Girls
versus Outlaws, yes.
So different game, but yeah, Hookers and Outlaws of the Fog, that was one of the nominations. Monarchy and 6 was another nomination. Arctic Wolves versus We Overslept was another nomination. Arctic Wolves versus Deathwish actually was a nomination. You'll see Arctic Wolves had a lot of these, right?
I'm starting to notice a trend here a little bit.
There's a trend, yeah, there's a trend.
Arctic Wolves versus Demise, another nomination. Arctic Wolves
Demise
versus...
with an S?
Yeah, with an S. Demise.
Okay.
Demise, not Demise. Yeah. And then Arctic Wolves versus Wrecking Crew was another nomination. So now that we've gone through all of the nominations, I know you've heard Arctic Wolves like 4 different times in there. Yeah, you heard that right, 4 different times. But Arctic Wolves versus Wrecking Crew was the winner. Voted upon by, of course, our Vigo's voting crew, right? And definitely... That one won, and I think for me, that was a clear winner as well. It's the only Vigo's match to have gone to sudden death, right? Wrecking Crew was down by 9 points. They brought it back, and we're like, no, give us 2 more trials. We got this, I swear. And then Arctic Wolves had to turn around and be like, no, sorry, but sorry. You may have brought it back.
If I remember correctly, that was at the point in the season where Wrecking Crew was kind of on the verge of elimination, right? So they really were at the point where every game mattered. So to be able to scratch and claw so much, and like you said, go to the sudden death against a team like Arctic Wolves, who we talked about heading into trial 1 before trial number 1 was one of the teams that was kind of seen as the favorite through the first half of the season, was definitely a banger to watch.
Yeah, it definitely was a lot of fun. And honestly, there were so many good games this season. We saw a lot of nominations, right? But I feel like there were even more that it was just man, there were moments from every game that were just amazing.
Absolutely. We have been very, very fortunate that every single team that has come to play for us this season has brought us very exciting, very fast-paced gameplay. So shout out to all of our teams for giving us such a memorable season, really. But yeah, that Arctic Wolves versus Wrecking Crew game was a real intense one.
Yeah, I would even say like even when we look outside of like those matchups, and you had mentioned it, I feel like almost every week, almost every matchup at least had like one trial that you could look back and like you could think of one performance, whether it be a particular run from a survivor that was super impressive, or we saw I mean, a whole bunch of crazy killer trials as well. I can think of like the 12 hook, perfect 12 hook 4K on Temple with Billy. You know, we've seen some crazy stuff this season, so it's been awesome.
Yeah, we saw a Ghostface 4K too, didn't we? So I mean,
yes.
Yeah, that we've seen lots of crazy things. The Ghostface,
the Trickster 4K.
Yep. Was the Trickster 4K also Ultra?
No, that was Railblazer.
No, that was Railblazer.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, I know Ultra did the Ghostface 4K, but I couldn't remember who did the Trickster 4K. But for sure, this is gonna be interesting. I was trying to go ahead and like tie that right in, because guess what? Ultra's gonna be our killer. Our survivors are already readying up. So yeah, definitely getting excited for this one. Guys, honestly, with what we saw from the first match, do you think this gives Demise a clear advantage, or do you think that Deathwish is just ready to go and ready to take back this lead? Q, do you want to go ahead and give me your thoughts to start?
So here's my thoughts. If there's any team that I would be putting money on to come back from a situation, I just feel like that's been the story of Deathwish's season since they entered into Vigo's court. So I feel like that they are probably comfortable in that comeback position. And I feel like even though maybe didn't get the result we were looking for in trial number 1, I would imagine we're going to be seeing their survivors coming out on their P's and Q's here. What I'm going to be interested to see is as far as what kind of killer selection we see from Ultra, because we do know that he does have quite the diversity when it comes to his killer pool.
Yeah, he does,
absolutely.
For sure. Go ahead, Shep.
I was gonna say, I mean, a 6-point deficit is not a lot, especially not for a team like Deathwish to try to overcome, but you have to also consider Ultra is a very strong, very well-versed killer, so it's gonna be very interesting to see what he pulls out and how Deathwish handles it.
Honestly, it'll be really fun to watch. I think it's gonna be interesting to see if the survivors try attacking this map similar to the way that we just saw Demise do it. Honestly, the way that they went ahead and they actually took out one of the corrupt gens. I don't know if you guys noticed, that 3 gen you guys talked about initially was actually gone right after corrupt went down. The 2nd gen to pop took out that 3 gen on the other side. But we do see all of the offerings that we should see. So let's go ahead and review how our survivors are going to score points. Of course, our survivors are going to be looking to finish those gens, because those gens are the first objective. You'll notice the 5th gen is being worth the most amount of points at 3 points. If you finish all 5 gens, that's 9 points. But then that unlocks the 2nd objective, which is escaping. You want to have as many escapes as possible. As you notice, the 3rd and 4th escape total up to 10 points. If you escape with 2 or more hook states remaining, you do get an extra point for each survivor able to attain that. So there's 26 points available. And Shep, Q, I'll be handing it off to you.
We go right back into the fog for our 2nd trial of the day, and it's going to be looking like Ultra's also going to meet Pyramid Head with Pyramid Head. So we are going to see the Dorito Man himself coming on out. We do see a rather unfortunate spread for our corrupt intervention. Not the worst one I've ever seen, but definitely not too friendly for Ultra here. Hopefully he will not feel too set back by this.
All right, look, I need some of the homies to do some research in the back. Is this going to be one of these things where our teams have agreed to mirror matches yet again, like we have seen a couple of times throughout the playoffs? Or is this coincidence that we just happen to see the executioner? Because I do believe that executioner brings some things to this map that gives you some benefit, especially since as we are going to be seeing quite a few trials tonight. We are seeing a nice M2 here to be able to get the health state change onto the ace, who is now rotating back around this hay bale here that has the pallet as well. We're going to see them go ahead and take the torment status, and not sure they make this pallet. That's going to be a down.
That is so unfortunate. And we are going to see Ultra here actually take advantage of a mechanic that we didn't really see at all last game, the caging mechanic, which of course will deny any of your unhooking perks. So Ultra won't get like any Pop Goes the Weasel value off that if he has that perk, but our survivor here is going to be ripe for the tunneling out because there will be no BT, no D-strike.
Yeah, and also worth noting, you had talked about, not being able to earn the pop with the cages. It does also mean that if Ultra here happens to be running like an end game perk, like say No Way Out, they're not earning tokens for that either. So going to be interested to see what sort of build that we are looking at here. We do, of course, see the corrupt intervention. We do see the ruin here at this point as well. Able to get the down here. This is now going to be our second our second cage state here before we see the first gen pop.
And Ultra doing a really good job of getting those quick downs, really trying to get a tunnel out early on. Of course, Deathwish responding with 2 generators completed. However, we will see where our ace got unhooked at, or uncaged at. So this is going to be easy for Ultra to try to get this tunnel out here.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing, though, that as the game progresses and as those gens continue to pop, we're actually seeing it right here at the gen that we're working by here in this jungle gym. The deadlock coming into a play. Oh, get stunned, stupid, says our ace, as we apply plus 10 wood to the face here. Now going to be moving around our tractor and actually going to be seeing a body block coming in from our Adam. It does look like we might be seeing Ultra trying to move for the M2, as there is a way to avoid the body block, able to catch just the heel of our homie ace here.
Just the tip there, and it does look like that is going to be an elimination unless someone can come in. Nope. That will be our elimination, our first elimination at 2 generators left. The game now changes drastically for our survivors, but they've done a pretty good job of taking advantage of all the time Ultra is investing to get some gens done. So hopefully they can keep that pressure up.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see. I can't think of the last time that I've seen 2 cages used back to back like that, right? Like that was kind of strange to watch. And that does mean that at this point in the trial, Osaka, Shrimp, and Dark are all fresh hooks. So if you can see a nice run, especially say from a Nia who happens to stun our killer here and build a little bit of distance, if you can waste quite a bit of time on a good run while you have 2 survivors on 2 separate gens, you could be potentially looking at getting 2, if not maybe even 3 fresh outs here. That's big points.
Ooh, and unfortunately, Ultra didn't go ahead and commit to the M2. There might have been able with the animation lock to get a health state, but we will take it here. Ultra's like, give me that.
Yeah, you're getting at least the 1 health state change. Continuing to work on tunneling, or I should say tunneling down, because this is just the initial chase, but continuing chase and tracking down this Nia here. And that is going to be Shack Pallet getting thrown with reckless abandon, because they know that they can count on their team to be just doing the easy job, holding M1 and hitting some skill checks. I would imagine, since we're seeing 1 gen already done while this run has been taking place, we might even be seeing a second one getting done, which would be the 5th and final generator. And not surprised to see our killer Ultra here not go for the cage, because at least right now you can keep track of where this 1 survivor is going to be.
And we do have a hook right next to our deadlock generator. Of course, there were 2 people available to work on 2 different gens, so I wouldn't assume this is the only fairly progressed generator, but I don't think it would be an unsafe bet to make either. Oh, but nope, it looks like it wasn't. I was wrong. We will see our final generator pop right as we get the unhook as well, so.
and that is now going to be the unhook coming in. We have gotten already the procs on the doors with the 2 stacks of the no way out here. So that does mean 36 seconds that we have left in our trial before our survivors are able to start working on the doors. Also, you'll notice as far as on the right side of the screen, a lack of the no-wed, because of course we've already shown the rest of the build at this point. So at this point, the no way out is going to be expired on the door now. Now our survivors can start attacking those doors, and we are chasing Dark, who would be a fresh hook, meaning that it yields you the most amount of stages, which is going to be big for our killer.
You know, I think something super important to note right here, though, is there a hook nearby? We already consumed the hook closest to this. I don't think we get to a hook.
I was going to say our closest hook is going to be very far away, and I think Ultra knows that.
Yeah, and this is a tough situation to be in here at this point, because I believe our survivor knows that as well. I think that's the reason that they buried themselves over here in this corner, and now it's going to be more a matter, I feel like, of probably playing out your time here, right? Like just kind of trying to figure out what the best move is going to be, because if you pick them up, you know that they're going to be oh, I like this play. This is smart. You drop down the rights of judgment here. That way you can try to force the torment status. That way you can go ahead and go with a cage. This is actually smart. I like this.
Ultra trying to use his abilities to make the best of this situation. With no Noed on the table, though, this is going to be really interesting to see, because if he picks up and our survivor is able to get away, I don't know, kind of iffy here.
And it's a tough situation to be in, because bleed outs will yield you 0 points, as we have talked about in the past here. So, you know, I understand the direness of this situation, or the direness of what Ultra is feeling here. But I feel like you kind of have to start a little bit of the process of at least trying to force the torment, because otherwise you're going to have your team here from Deathwish going to be working on getting both doors ready, and then really leaving some options, keeping in mind, as we talked about loading into this trial, that you actually do get the 4 points on that third escape here. So I mean, we're talking about a couple of stages here on the floor, as well as a couple of points on the escapes leaving out the front door as well. Of course, Dark being fresh hook would also give you some more escape points too.
Yeah, this is a really intense, kind of a bit of a standoff here. We haven't seen the doors open yet, but I do think we could be seeing Deathwish try to force a bleed out here, which is going to be huge, because a bleed out is going to be 0 points, and this is a fresh hook survivor.
Yeah, so of course, I this is why I feel like right now, if I'm Ultra, you just have to force the engagement. You have to stand up, or you have to get Adam to like fall into the torment. That way you can then go for the cage. The only problem is when you're in this corner, that will probably just flip the map. That will then put Adam in the next farther, or the corner across the map from you, which is still about equidistant to the 2 doors, right?
Yep, it's gonna be I don't even think the cage is really an ideal position for Ultra to put himself into, really.
Yeah, again, I mean, I understand. I mean, it does look like that they're trying to force the bleed out. I understand what Deathwish is trying to do, because that does take away points. Because you figure at this point, right? If Deathwish, or if we have the bleed out here, that means you're not going to be seeing Demise acquiring any more points. That would mean that you're going to get the couple of escape points for the first and second survivor. And then Shrimp has no hooks thus far. And Sawarma actually only has 1 hook state as well.
And we will see the gate open here. And if for some reason the entity was able to take Dark, actually, honestly, we might see Ultra wait until... he doesn't have the time to. I was going to say we might see him pick up just to wait out EGC with Dark on his shoulder, and then maybe try to get endgame collapse there, because an entity kill will still be a considerable amount of points. Nope. He is just going to wait for the bleed out. Probably would have liked to see Ultra put a little bit of pressure on the doors there, but that's a lot of points to just lose.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be something that we'll have to watch over the course of, you know, what this is considered like the set here, because that's, like you said, that's a lot of points. Now closing the distance, we're now talking about a 1-point game here after 2 trials.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Smart for Deathwish to kind of take advantage of like how the rules work, trying to make sure that like, yeah, Ultra, you can keep Dark, but you're not going to get anything for it.
Yeah, that's honestly, I thought that was pretty interesting that was the route they ended up taking. I mean, definitely it was the smartest route to take there, but I didn't know whether or not Ultra was going to just stay sitting there. You've already dropped your spaghetti all around. I mean, you might as well go try to pressure one of the doors or something, right? Especially early on there, while there was still no way out procced or anything or something. I mean, you could have gone and opened one of the doors and then probably come back before one of the survivors had gotten there. Then you've started the endgame collapse at least. But we elected not to do that, so that was kind of interesting, but definitely really awesome to have a 1-point game after 2 trials.
Yeah, I know that might not be the most exciting gameplay to watch, but that puts us in a really exciting position going into trial number 3 of our first set.
Yeah, this is I mean, this what more can you ask for in a championship though, right? Like a 1-point game. Again, as Shep said, I know that, you know, the gameplay there at the end, as far as waiting out the timer and trying to see if we make a play, might not be like the most exciting, but honestly, if I was playing for a championship, I'd be doing everything that I could and definitely understand. But you know, we've all talked about at this point, and I kind of want to, while we have a second between trials, maybe we discuss it just a little bit more here. I feel like Ultra could have, you said, Vader, you put the spaghetti all the way around, you know, you got your cats up everywhere. Why not at that point, especially as you have the circle, carry the survivor and force them off of your shoulder and force them into the inflicted, so then you can cage at least, right? You at least then start the progress of one of your sets of points.
Well, if they're downed though, they wouldn't get the torment, like crawling through the spaghetti. Yeah.
So I see what Q is saying though. I mean, if they try to crawl out of the spaghetti, you just pick them up and walk them back into the corner and wait for them to wiggle. However, I think as soon as Deathwish communicated to each other that the pickup was happening, they could have just come in for body blocks. Because of course, Dark's gonna wiggle off the shoulder there. There's no way they make it to a hook there. And so I think that's a really hard position for Ultra to be in, knowing that there are still 2 healthy survivors there to take the hits out, and knowing how well Deathwish has been coordinated throughout the season. That's a really tough position to have to put yourself in. So I see what you're talking about, but I also kind of see why Ultra had to do what he had to do.
Yeah, I mean, it is talking about adding a potential of 4 more points out the door as well, like you talked about, if they come in for the body block. So I mean, that makes sense. It's just, man, I feel like when we were sitting there, I'm watching, I'm just like, man, if you can force a little bit of engagement, because then it also, maybe you can catch your survivors making some mistakes and
Catch them slipping.
Yeah, and then you're even walking away with more points, right?
And again, it's like, well, we're early enough in the set that, you know, it doesn't really matter if they lose a couple points either way here. But at the same time, it's like, well, we're early enough in the set. Why not try to take as much of a lead as you can so you don't have to worry later on? But maybe they like being under pressure. Who knows? Some people perform best under pressure. So I mean, it's all part of the plan.
It's possible. I wouldn't want to do that, but you know, to each their own, right? For sure though, guys, we do have another award to go ahead and
more
give
awards.
Out. More
we do
awards.
have more awards to give out. Yes, we do.
We be recognizing and celebrating some achievements around here. I'll tell you what.
I mean, after an amazing season like what we had, I mean, come on, you got to recognize when people have done well, right? So definitely
True.
the second award that we've got here. Let me go ahead and take a look here. Hold on. All right, so the second award
This
we've
was an
got.
important one, honestly. I think it's one that gets overlooked a lot in the competitive community.
Especially with the, I feel like reputation maybe that the competitive community has to people who are not in the community. So this is a really important one to acknowledge.
For sure. And Shep, do you want to go ahead and take this one away?
Yeah, so our second award for today is going to be our Sportsmanship Award. And of course, we've had a lot of really great teams come through. We had quite a few nominations. Those nominations were Arctic Wolves, Monarchy, Outlaws of the Fog, We Overslept, and Demise. All of these teams have been great sports. I mean, we even had some teams we couldn't nominate here. You know, there are only so many positions we can offer. But these teams in particular have always been really good sports, no matter what's thrown at them, no matter what they're handed. They've always been really positive, really upbeat, just an absolute joy for us as a production crew and refs to work with. So it was really hard to pick even just the nominees here, but to pick a winner from this fantastic group of people was really difficult. But it did come down to our winners for our Sportsmanship Award for Vigo's Court Season 2 being We Overslept. Vader, I'm sure you're proud of your team.
Very proud indeed. Like over here, like you know, big proud.
Indeed.
Indeed. Yes. Indeed. All right.
Indeeder.
Yeah. All of it.
Indeeder.
I mean, honestly, like it's one of the biggest things that we talk about as a team is like making sure we're not being toxic, we're not BMing for no reason, like we don't want to be known as like the shit starters, right? So definitely getting that award definitely does mean a lot to the team for sure.
Reputation is very important. And another thing that we actually had come through, hey, Q, Vader, do you see some cuties up in chat right now? Because I'm seeing a whole lot of cuties up in chat, and I think we need to tell them just how cute they are.
How cute they are. They're super cute.
Just how cute they are. Super cute. They are super cute. Like, oh my gosh, I'm blushing. They're just
we've
so
got
cute.
some legends in chat too. I mean, I've seen some pretty dope names over in chat. So we appreciate everyone that's hanging out with us on this beautiful Saturday, man. Y'all saw some big cuties for real.
Oh, for sure. And LaFive Gum, I see that ban. I'll make sure that I don't say that word. But for sure. Yeah, I do see a lot of cuties in chat. So I am happy that you are all here, and we will be getting ready for this next trial. Of course, guys, if you want to see the score here, we have 27-26. Demise still in the lead versus Deathwish, but it's only a 1-point game, so anything could happen.
Anything could happen and anything goes. We still have a lot of killers for our teams to choose from, but we also have a long way to go before we reach our final verdict.
All right, Vader, who are they pick? What killer are we seeing here? Because I was right heading into. I'm not to really like trying. Actually, I'm lying just to bring it up again. I was right. But Vader, who do you think we're gonna be seeing as far as the killer choice for Trial 3?
You know what? I think that Ultra goes ahead and maybe brings a demo doggo here. I'm gonna go ahead and say with the Lepros Lycan, maybe we see a demo here. Knowing that we're going to Coal Tower next for like the next series, because of course this is a best of 3. I think maybe you use him here to save maybe. I don't think we'll see S tiers until next map, honestly.
This isn't really like an ideal map for our S tiers, especially considering that Nurse is currently still down. Not even just banned, like she's just...
Oh no, the Nurse. She's broken.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Oh, my Nurse.
We do see all the we do see all the offerings we're supposed to see though. So let's review some more rules. So definitely any of our survivors can have yellow items and add-ons. They are allowed to have only one of each perk with the exception of BT. We do have several banned perks though, including built to self. Wow. All right, so
Note to self.
I'm just gonna go ahead and give it to Q and to Shep because I can't read.
All right, let's go ahead and take
you
another
want.
trip into the fog here. And Vader, not only were you wrong about the demo dog, but you was wrong because we're also going to be seeing an S tier pick out here. And I can't help but wonder if this might be showing that Demise ain't playing around, bringing an S tier out here to try and make sure that they can wrap up set number 1 for themselves.
This is a very early time to be bringing out, an S tier, but also you have to consider that our format right now is point based on sets. So, Demise coming out, wanting to take that first point, take a strong lead from the get-go. I don't think this is uncanny to see, but this is going to be twins used for the rest of the matchup. So they are going to be down 1 S here with just Blight and maybe Spirit remaining, depending on how you feel about Spirit. But we do find our first survivor. Ooh, nice ducking by the pallet to avoid that first pounce, but we will not avoid that attachment the second time around.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing the little turd gnawing at the neck of our Lori over here, keeping the attachment. Will also let us know if there are any other survivors around this area. It does not look like we're getting anything as far as that point over here. We had mentioned the corrupt intervention is going to still be up, about 30 seconds left of the corrupt intervention here. And also, as we had pushed the survivor off of that gen that we were in the jungle gym, I don't know if y'all noticed that, but no sparks as well. So it looks like Ultra again coming out very confident and not bringing any help from a ruin as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot of confidence from our killer here. And wow, we're going to see not just one person, but 2 people coming in to try to get this body block, and we will see the down, but a tactic we've seen is to take the down and then get the pickup afterwards. Unfortunately, with Charlotte being right there, we're just not going to get it in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, Charlotte was still very, very close, even with 2 survivors. And now that is giving an extra M1 state, another entrance state to a twins. Not exactly what I would be preferring to do if I were the survivors here. But, I understand them feeling the need to want to try and come in, see if they are going to be able to get Lori off the ground, prevent the first hook state from coming in too quickly here. But we are going to see now generator number 1 we had already seen, hook state number 1 we have already seen here now as well. We also saw the reset onto the ace, going to be using Victor around here. Oh, gets done stupid, says Nia, as we vault back over the pallet just for a little bit of extra show style.
And definitely taking away quite a bit of pressure from Ultra there, having to reset with Victor. Our survivors doing a really good job of kind of like dealing with Victor here, although we do find our next survivor, unfortunately, at main, unable to get the attachment there too. Deathwish doing a good job of kind of avoiding that, but unfortunately with Charlotte so close to the hook, that just means as soon as we come back, we are going to be on top of our injured survivor again. Oh, that's unfortunate. Waiting out the dead hard.
Honestly, playing that very, very well is Ultra. That is going to be a down still left on the other side. Going to be seeing if we can go for the attachment. We are going to be taking the chase, though, with the Atom. And, Ultra, I don't know if you know this, man, but little homie's a little too small. He can't fit over the the gap there in order to put pressure onto the Atom. You might as well at least... I almost feel like taking the risk here would almost make sense, right? Like, it's a 1 out of 4 shot that you're going to eat the DS, and then if you do, then you don't have to worry about it the rest of the game. However, we are going to be seeing the pickup. There is no decisive strike, although I believe we might have already seen the 60-second timer expire, and this is now going to be hook number 2. And now I can't help but wonder if we're going to be seeing generator number 3 popping here shortly.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another gen pop with wasting so much time with Dark and Victor there. Of course, if we had a perk like Thanatophobia on the table, I would understand going after Dark that way that we did, but obviously that's not in play here for our survivors, so very interesting choice on Ultra's part. Maybe just trying to spread that pressure a little bit, since it does kind of take Dark out of the running to do much but run around with Victor for a little bit.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Of course, also the other thing too, when you're injured, you're not going to want to be coming in for a save. You're probably going to be retreating for a heal, which means that you're not also on a gen, so you're not really progressing your side of the objective as far as the survivors. Speaking of objective, though, that is going to be a generator number 3 popping off in the distance. Now going to be releasing the little turd once again in front of the main building here. I gotta be honest with you. Every time I see the little guy come out, I can't help but hear the scene from Lord of the Rings in the back of my head, where I'm like, oh, so it begins. But we are going to be seeing the application here now on to the Atom right before we see the save coming here. This is also going to be a hit taken. You thought you were going to be helping out as far as by taking the protection hit, but now seeing the broken status next to the ace, that is now going to be exposing that forced penance, which has honestly become quite a staple on the Twins for real.
Yeah, Force Penance is definitely, I think, a perk we have most consistently seen on Twins. Ooh, such good patience from Ultra, waiting out that Dead Hard, and that will be our first elimination of the trial, I believe. And Dark still holding on to that little menace over there. Nope, never mind, he came back.
So it does seem to be a very common theme here, and I think it makes sense when you talk about two survivor teams that are so strong and have shown so much consistency through the seasons, to see the killers on both sides trying to make very quick work of the very first tunnel out, because anybody who's played DBD knows that the strategy really shifts so much when moving into the 3v1. Now while we're in the 3v1, can't help but notice on the bottom left hand corner of the screen that we have 3 injured survivors, one of them still being broken thanks to Force Penance.
Yeah, Force Penance doing quite a number, preventing the reset for our ace there. So we will see that timer drop down now, but that means that unless they're resetting, they're really going to have to stay injured for quite a little bit longer. And that's with Victor coming back. We are going to have that quick down potential here, which would be really dangerous for our survivors if we get the slug pressure that the Twins are very well known for.
Yeah, because now, especially while you do still have Victor out, you can see if maybe you can potentially find the reset location. Looks like we have this loud sound notification over back by Shaq. We're going to go over here and check the generator up here over at 1, though, real quick. Doesn't look like we have any progress here. So at this point, going to go for the pickup onto Dark. This is going to be our first hook on anybody besides Shrimp, who we've now removed from the trials. That is going to be a fresh hook, starting to spread the pressure along the way. Going to be getting that notification here as well. So it's now going to be an application onto Nia. This is big because now you have 1 injured survivor in the trial that is not on a hook, meaning that a solo save would be very hard to pull off. So Ultra's got a pretty good amount of pressure right now.
Absolutely. And you also have to consider our injured survivor carrying Victor there can do pretty much nothing except for maybe go for an unhook, which I don't know if that would be the smartest move. If our survivors... Whoa. And that's going to be the deliverance on Dark, actually. So I was going to say, our survivor's going to be in a tough position here with getting this save, but luckily Dark is able to be a self-sufficient man and save himself.
Yeah, and we do see that as we move over to this corner back by Shaq. 4 pistons moving on that engine. That thing is going click-clack like an old-school Cadillac, as we do happen to now be chasing the ace back over here. Able to go ahead and continue tracking actually through the corn, and this should now be an application from Ultra onto the ace. So we have 2 injured survivors. We have one of them being broken from the deliverance as well, still maintaining the pressure. But man, I'll tell you what, we are seeing Deathwish fighting tooth and nail all the way through this trial.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good efforts from Deathwish here to try to slam these last 2 generators out. Still not too many hook states on the table for Ultra, so hopefully we can see some resets coming in soon, as well as another gen popping. This generator is very close.
Yes, that's actually going to be 2 generators, and at that point, that have a decent amount of progress here. We are going to be seeing now Victor coming out here is going to be going after our Adam, able to establish the down here onto Dark. Also worth noting, we see that the broken status is removed from Dark, meaning that we don't have to worry about any sort of decisive strike or anything like that here. And this is going to be putting a survivor up on a hook far away from the 3-gen, meaning that it's going to require someone to be breaking away from the 3-gen in order to get this save here on a Dark. That's really big because Ultra still has a very nice gen setup across the map.
Yeah, we do still have quite a bit of a 3-gen on the other side of the map, and we have our other survivor hooked way away from there. So they could go over, double up on that gen, get the unhook, but that's going to leave them in a nasty position over here.
We can hear it back over here again. Quite a bit of progress onto this generator here. That is going to be gen number 4 getting complete, and that's actually a whole nother engine that got done over there. So honestly, we're seeing a really good fight right now from Deathwish, and this is a very smart play by Ultra, showing a lot of game sense, seeing that generator across the way getting popped, knowing that that survivor will probably be the one rotating over for the save. Now both survivors remaining in the trial here are injured, needing a save on a survivor that has a timer that is just about ran out. Otherwise, you need to find a reset or just find a gen to get the last couple seconds worth of repair on.
I am not going to be surprised to see our ace. Yep, there are scratch marks over trying to get this generator slammed out while Shawarma holds on to Victor there. And unfortunately, we will interrupt any of that effort happening.
And this is going to be tough because Victor has also been returned to Charlotte here. And here's where things get interesting, right? Because if you can delay, I was going to say delay the down here, maybe you can get the last generator complete, but also and the adrenaline value as well.
Ooh, that is a huge adrenaline value. Of course, we will see some killer instinct letting us know where our survivor has gone, and unfortunately, he's unable to stay on his feet. We will also see that proc of No Way Out. So Ultra knows exactly where everyone is.
Yeah, and that No Way Out procking with 2 stacks will be 36 seconds here before our remaining survivor, being the Nea, will be able to start attacking the doors. And at this point, about 3/4 of that has expired here, so we're getting close. You also are going to be at least getting the instinct off of Victor to let you know from your survivor that is onto the ground, and Ultra's going to actually have a good oversight of the doors, I think, from Charlotte. So the only problem, I don't know if you noticed, but as we actually looked at both of the hooks right by our survivor, both of them have actually already been broken thanks to the sacrifices to both Dark and Shrimp.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to be, we're just going to see Ultra kind of patrolling our doors here. Interesting to see he hasn't gone to pick up our down survivor just yet.
Yeah, I think the hope was to try and see if you can maintain an idea of where your slug is. But if I had to guess, Ultra has a little bit of an idea as far as what the hook economy looks like over here. Now going to be getting the little bit of information as far as from the instinct. That means now we are going to be finding Nia. Nia is now going to have Victor on the back, which means now we have a location as far as Nia here. So definitely going to be seeing Ultra going across the way. The crush has already happened on to our small friend at this point, but you've noticed no progress on the door. So I think what we're going to be seeing is Nia try and prolong the process of the down onto them. That way our friend that is on the ground across the way can try and get to a hidden corner, because that's a fresh hook that maybe you can cause to be a bleed out that renders 0 points.
I was going to say, I'd be really concerned about losing points to yet another bleed out if I was Ultra here. I mean, of course, a bleed out with a 3K, not the most tragic, but I think with one more trial after this to go in the set, you really want to get as many points as you can. So, oh, that's an unfortunate vault, but we will miss the down with Victor there, which is going to give Arnea just a little bit more time to trap herself in the locker.
I mean, this is smart though, right? Because this is going to force Ultra to have to come over here and then either grab Nia out of the locker or wait until she comes out and then down her, which again gives Barson some time to find a corner or a nice hidden place, because you do see the timer as far as the bleed out is getting very, very close here. And at this point, you've had a lot of time on the ground that you could really be just about anywhere on the map.
Yeah, at this point, I was going to say,
no.
oh, so unfortunate. Barson unfortunately trying to crawl to where his teammate was, maybe hoping to get a pickup in, but that is going to be Ultra finding our last survivor and maybe make it up for that bleed out in that last game.
And what's tough, you know, when we first saw the down, I had pointed out the hooks, the two that we had gotten removed back to back across the way in the corner. And when we had gone for the pickup, I couldn't help but notice that if our survivor here had buried themselves into that corner, I think you actually would have forced another bleed out. And instead, you're given a bunch of states here. And it looks like if our score is up to date already, that is going to be a 17-point lead for Demise here.
It's going to be huge going into our final trial where Demise will be surviving. Of course, Demise has a very good survivor squad, but Osaka's a pretty good killer too, so pretty cracked. Gonna be difficult. So I think that cushioning there is going to be very nice for them going into that final trial of the set.
Yeah, guys, I would definitely have to agree. This is kind of what you want to see out of a Twins play, isn't it? Like, you want to see a 4K,
Absolutely.
You want to see some slugs, and I mean, really, that's good Twins play right there. I'm sure Ultra was upset with himself for the last game having a bleed out happen. I know Ultra's not like that upset because he knows it's a good play, but at the same time, anytime you have somebody bleed out on your watch, you're like, I left points out there, you know?
The real big feels bad, man. Yeah.
Oh, man. So now, I mean, what, with a 17-point difference heading into the final trial, does that mean you can't let anybody escape and you have to have pretty well a perfect 12-hook game, right?
I mean, pretty much if you want to win this set. But remember, this is a series best of 3.
Right.
So even if you lose this set, that's fine. You lose the Rancid Abattoir set. Okay. Well, come back on Cold Tower and show us that you can handle this. All right. That's all. You're fine.
Cold shower?
Yeah, the cold shower.
Cold showers.
I prefer my showers warm, but I mean, like, yeah.
Sometimes you gotta wake up with a cold shower, though.
True enough.
Since you tend to like to go to sleep.
That's how you can tell there's a Midwesterner in the room when they're always comfortable with the warm shower. You know what I'm saying?
I have to have a hot shower always. All right, like I'm talking no cold, straight hot, burn my skin up. I'm good. I need it to be hot. I need it hot.
Not me, man. I mean, I understand during this time of year. I don't know if maybe it was the couple of years spent down in the desert, down in El Paso, where I've learned a great appreciation for a nice cold shower. But I gotta say, I think you're missing out.
Man, even in the summertime, I'd go out and mow the lawn in like 102, 110. I would come back inside and take a hot shower. Yeah, I think I'm just, you said what?
So, moving away from
the Midwest. Yep.
Moving away from shower talk, we do have another award to give out, actually.
Oh, really?
Vader, where's your beautiful face? We do, yes. Why don't you talk about it a little bit, Vader?
You know,
go ahead and tell us what that's all about.
I got you, fam. I got you. All right, so our next award, the third award that we will announce here, is for the comeback player of the season. So this is the player who may not have had the best start to the season, but my lord, what a transformation. Go ahead and just show that you're just doing the best you absolutely can in the second half of the season. And definitely we had Osaka nominated for this. We had Railblazer nominated for this. We had Kashak. We had Kashak.
Kashuk?
Cash. Cash was nominated
Good
for it.
compromise.
Cash money. And then cheese and French fry. All of those
now I'm
players
hungry.
were nominated.
Good nominations.
And definitely the one who won here was actually Railblazer. And I totally agree with it. Railblazer did come out, and the second half of the season, Railblazer was really, really doing it for their team.
I have PTSD from watching that Deathslinger game where he shot someone through a crack in the wall. I have PTSD from that. Every time I'm on ARP, I'm like, spear.
You had that cracked performance was from Railblazer. Also, I believe the 4K with
Racked
the
ass Trickster game.
Trickster was Railblazer as
Mhm.
well,
Yeah.
correct? And it's interesting because, you know, we talked about going into the matchup here how Deathwish had acquired a spot that maybe hadn't had the best start of the season, but really turned things around. Honestly, for Railblazers team, Entity was kind of the same way, and actually, unfortunately, just happened to be in the same conference as Deathwish. So it was actually those two fighting it out for the wild card spot. So definitely well deserved, and I believe this is going to be the first time that we actually are going to get to hear from the award winner themselves.
It is indeed. We do have Railblazer in chat. Railblazer, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing very well.
How are you feeling now that you know you are the comeback player of the season?
I'm very excited. I got to know a little bit ahead of time, and it just made my day very well. I had another match going right before that information, and as soon as I got it, it just made my day so much better.
Nice. We love it. We love it. Honestly, like, it has been a pleasure having you. Of course, you have provided us with a lot of exciting gameplay, and you're just a wonderful person to be around in general. So it's definitely well deserved for you. And I know, like, you're out there trying to help, like, coach teams as well as play for Entity, and not only Vigos but in other leagues as well. So stay a pretty busy dude. So this is tribute to you.
Yeah, I've been working really hard. This is like, in my eyes, is like a culmination of like all my hard work paying off, and it means a lot to me that I've gotten this.
That's awesome. So does. Oh, I was just gonna ask. I need to know. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting, and I really feel bad, but I need to know,
Please.
Railblazer.
Yeah.
After getting comeback player of the year, does that mean we're gonna see you coming back next season and trying to maybe come after, I don't know, killer of the year, MVP, something like that, and seeing the same performances with Entity?
Well, I mean, you never know.
No, I know I don't know. That's why I asked.
Most likely, I would assume so.
Okay, perfect. I love to
Fingers
hear it.
crossed. Fingers crossed. And so I want to hear from you, Railblazer. Obviously, this award is very well deserved because you had some fantastic gameplay, especially towards the end of the season. What was your favorite game? Which one stood out the most to you as like that top moment?
Like, do you even have to ask that question? Like,
Well,
I just want to hear from you. I just want to hear from you.
Game. It's that slinger game.
Slinger
PTSD,
game was pretty
emotional
cracked.
damage, emotional damage.
Yeah,
That
that
was-
was like my best of the best performance at all of DVD. I think that was like my shining moment.
It was an incredible match to watch. I mean, and that was really well played by both teams too.
Yeah, they played well
so
too.
that was very, very exciting. I'm not surprised that would be your pick. I just wanted to hear it from you.
I mean, honestly, yeah. I don't think I didn't get to cast that game, but I had watched the VOD and I was like, oh my lord.
Yeah, I believe that was a me and Shep game, if I am not mistaken.
Yeah.
And I remember multiple times, kind of almost wishing that the cameras were shown in game, because I remember looking over in Discord multiple times and Shep's jaw almost to the floor. Some amazing shots.
Thank you very
As
much.
a slinger enjoyer, that was probably like peak what I could ever hope to see from a slinger game. So
Yo, actually, now that you guys say it though, I kind of wish that sometimes like our cams that are right here, like people can see our faces, because there have been times like that, like for every game that something happens and you'll just see one of us like,
Oh, like just staring at each other through webcams, like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah. And of course, like on the background, like I can see Shep and Q, and so I see all the faces. I wish I could share them with all of you.
Thank God you can't.
Well, Railblazer, while you have a moment here, I know we have probably asked you once or twice through this season, but is there anything that you would like to say, whether it be to the people who support you personally, the supporters of Entity, as well as just to the crowd here at Vigo's Court?
I want to thank Vigos for giving me the opportunity to play, even though I joined like pretty late into the season. I had a great time, and anybody who likes watching me or Entity or all my gameplay, thank you a lot for watching. I try to put on like the greatest show that I possibly can, and I hope it's really fun to watch.
That was very well said indeed. Oh, and that expired 7 minutes ago, Gum. That's right. Indeed.
I was gonna say, wait a second.
In action. All right. But we do have our final match of the Rancid Abattoir series for our final verdict.
Railblazer, thank you so much for taking time to talk with us today, and congratulations on your award. Very well deserved. Very well earned.
All right. Thank you very much, friends. Bye.
Yep. See you, Railblazer. And for sure, we do have all of our survivors readied up. We do have all of them are readied up. I have gotten out of the spot into the spectator role. So as you can see, we're getting ready to just load right in here. So we never heard back, but do you think this is mirror match twins? Or what's verdict here?
I feel like even if it wasn't the case, I think after that performance, you have to bring out an S tier. And I feel like the twins of the S tiers that are available right now are probably the best suited for this map, especially knowing what we have moving forward in our next set as well.
You know, it's interesting you say twins as S tier, because I always think that twins is more like IA. Also, like,
I feel like they're on that border, kind of.
Yeah,
I feel like they're kind of
sure.
like in between.
Yeah, but guys, definitely if we do have any matches that have penalties, you may notice that they could be restarted, they could be played out, sometimes both. Two of the same survivor ban perk, item, or add-on would result in -5 points with a possible restart. But if you bring us to the wrong map, that's -5 points in an auto restart. Definitely never do any of the things on this list that I'm not reading. -10 points per offense and no restart there. And I'm gonna go ahead and hand it off to Shep and Q, because we got a mirror match.
Make sure you guys type !rules in chat if you wish to see the rest of our rules. And Q, I know you love to say it, but you were right. We will see a mirror match.
You can
Q
call
is
me
almost
butter.
always. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we're gonna enter into trial number 4 of set 1 with the twins. Osaka coming out and finding someone pretty immediately.
Yeah, we're going to be able to find someone here rather quickly. Of course, as we were loading into the trial and looking around, we did see, of course, the corrupt intervention. Actually, a similar corrupt intervention even across the way as we have seen in some previous trials here this evening. It does look like we are going to break chase, going to see if we can find someone else. I think right now what we might be seeing from Osaka is one kind of monitoring where our survivors are and also seeing if we can deplete some of the resources that are on this map.
We are going to go ahead and get an early injury state. We do hear some progress on this main gen, but Osaka's not really concerned with it. Going to leave Charlotte sitting on this corner and send Victor out to chase Sleepy J down.
And we do see also here Kate doing a good job of moving in here to try and help take the protection hit. Not going to be able to do a good job. Oh, no!
Oh.
Okay.
I was going to say, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, I thought the Kate going in for the heal there was actually going to prevent the crush onto Victor, and that could have been catastrophic. However, we do see Survivor moving into the pallet space. I think, oh You get the M1, but get stunned, and you also save your homie. However, the question is at what cost? Because we are going to see now a broken status effect thanks to the Force Penance.
Kate definitely saying put her down, put her down. We will see Victor going ahead, however, and taking Sleepy J back down anyway. As well as I think going out to look for our Kate there. We will see our first gen puppet is going to be that main gen that we heard rather progressed, with Deadlock coming into play once more.
And now I'm just going to be coming over here. I'm kind of surprised to not see us first break the pallet, just because this loop back here can kind of be a pain to work around. But it does look like the down over here at this point is going to result in a basement hook. And of course, basement, it's tough to get a save from regardless, but when you add with the twins, when Osaka has the ability to, I don't know, camp Charlotte right on the rock outside here and then go back into the Victor form, it gives you the chance to put down a whole lot of pressure. We do hear that gen in the middle, like you had talked about, has a lot of progress on it here. Going to be seeing Victor kind of scouring the middle portion of the map, I think, trying to identify where the survivors that were working on that gen in particular happened to kind of crawl away to, because you want to try and keep the pressure on, but you see Nia moving in. That's super Aaron Nova here, and you're going to see if you can try and get the application here while you're on the stairs as well. This is going to be big because Charlotte is still just outside of the basement and should be able to come get pressure, maybe at least get an exchange for a 1-for-1, but you see a very good job of doing the body block. But we are going to be seeing Osaka counterplay that here by counting out the borrowed time, now seeing the down in the pallet space. The question is, do you make the mistake of picking somebody up in a pallet space without checking your surroundings once again? And it looks like Osaka might find another down.
We will see Victor returned to Charlotte to hopefully get some pressure at this pallet. I think leaving Sleepy J on the ground just to be safe, as you do see scratch marks over here.
This is tough because I do believe that was a survivor back here. Yeah, it's actually going to be Ultra. Oh, Ultra lunging into. Oh, but that should allow you to get the person.
No!
Getting the pounce is Victor, so right back down on the ground. So you threw Shaq pallet. You still have Michaela down on the ground. Now the pickup without having to worry about a pallet getting smacked on your head as well. And this is going to be Sleepy J back down here in the basement for hook number 2.
I do want to say, we do usually see Osaka in the basement, just not on this end of things.
That's a very good point, actually. And
I guess this is him redeeming himself for the past season.
Now, it's worth noting, as we kind of look around here, we've got the 3 gen. It looks like that was pretty well uncorrupt, still untouched at this point. And we've thrown some of the pallets that are around this area, so Osaka can be setting themselves up here for a nice little mid game. We do also see someone coming through the corn blindness. What says Osaka? Able to get the application here as well onto Kate. At this point, I think still just going to be seeing our homie vibe out here and try and see if anyone's going to move in for this save on Sleepy J. I would say if you do not, we've got scratch marks coming in.
And we will see that save coming in. Of course, that is our Nia. Ooh, that's unfortunate. That's huge for Osaka, or not for Osaka, for Demise here. Getting everyone out of the basement safely. We will see Victor return to Charlotte, so he will have that as a resource to try to get it down here with 300 survivors. It could be pretty good bets if he finds someone injured here.
Yeah, we are going to see, though, the generator that has the most progress is the one that's away from the 3 gen. It seems as Osaka has kind of walked by those gens, the one that we were just by is the one with the most progress, and it's not much. So right now, Osaka needs to either get a down like 5 seconds ago or should probably, honestly, get back to protecting the 3 gen.
Yeah, and we will see the reset come in pretty quickly on our injured survivors, leaving only the Nea still injured from that basement rescue. Oh, I spoke too soon. Gaster's curse. But we did find our reset location, so we are going to be able to go ahead and put those injured states right back down on our survivors.
Yeah, I mean, the good news, at least for you as the survivors, you were able to complete the reset. So even though you get a health state change on just the one, I'm not sure if we really talked about it too much, but we do see the Thananophobia out here. Oh, nice job to be able to get the down. I am not sure if there's going to be enough time to pick Sleepy J back up off of the ground. Here is Osaka closing the distance. Yeah, here they are going to be going up. And that's going to be Sleepy J back up onto the shoulder. Here is going to be the hook here. That's now going to be a 3v1, 3 gen still being intact. And also worth noting that elimination came on a hook that's relatively far away from our 3 gen, and I don't think it was by any door or anything either.
Yeah, definitely not making the mistake of leaving ourselves without a hook in a crucial area. However, we will see that far gen pop, so that is going to be our 3 gen preserved here. And Osaka knows you got 2 people, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got at least a little bit of information there thanks to the, now you've got information on all 3. So, not anyone currently attacking those gens. This should be Ultra, should be able to make the window here. Osaka is just going to go ahead and do the Walter things and just follow right behind Ultra here. We are going to see Ultra going for the vault. Nice hit here by Ultra through the window. 2 health states have been changed, so that is going to be a 10% slowdown on anybody that is working on that last gen here. But right now, I feel like Osaka needs to, I almost, looking at the score, can't help but wonder if maybe you can't even allow the last gen to pop here.
Yeah, I definitely think Osaka is going to want to get these survivors down and onto hooks before they can pop that last gen. Maybe play a little bit of the slug and camp game with Charlotte here, but Ultra's going to give him a run for his money to even accomplish that task. So it looks like we're going to switch on to our Kate.
And of course, by chasing onto the Kate here, who's more moving towards the main building, one, you're closing the distance and going closer to your 3 gen, but also getting another health state change. Now that's going to be a 10% slowdown here from your Thananophobia. Also going to be releasing the little turd back out into the playing field. We see that this generator here has a whole bunch of progress here. Going to be seeing a pallet drop as well. Going to get the application, so that is now 3 injured survivors. And with everyone being injured, this couldn't get a little sticky here from Demise, because this is really where the Twins can excel.
Yeah, with everyone injured, once Charlotte gets Victor back, we can put a lot of pressure on our survivors. We do see the reset come in, though, so Demise doing a really good job of trying to make sure they deny as much pressure from Osaka as possible.
And we saw the dry kit come in across the way, trying to use the tractor here for a little bit of a vantage point. We do see that Ultra did trust the Midas touch and was able to get 2 heals there back to back. Now only 1 survivor here left at this point injured, which means only a 5% slowdown, which is big because we know that the 1 gen back over across the way in the corner has quite a bit of progress. However, a good job by Victor to get the application onto Ultra, but a reset onto Aranova. Not sure if that was by themselves or if that was Midas also able to rotate over there. We are going to see a little bit of extra instinct, but I think Osaka is making the right choice right here. You've got to prioritize making sure these gens don't pop, because you can still snowball this map pressure if you continue just to play it patient, remove more of these resources, and basically deplete what's left in the trial for yourself.
And we do kind of see, I think we might have seen information on all of our survivors being over in this area, so potentially getting the reset on everyone.
Guys, yeah, we have been pretty consistently getting information on all 3 survivors, but it's interesting seeing how Demise is trying to play this. They are trying to just slow down the match completely and just be more patient than Osaka. And this is a battle of patience right now, and it's a fun one to watch. But for sure, we'll see who will be the more patient, because right now none of the survivors on the field have been hooked. They all have 3 hook states to give, and they're playing this extremely smart.
I mean, at this point, with the 3 gen on the table, it really is going to be all about who can control the pace of the game.
Yeah, I would agree, and we are going to see coming back over here. Also, we weren't able to capitalize on the survivor jumping into the generator. We know we have at least 2 over here. Yo, Osaka, we have already learned that unfortunately, little mans can't get over that little gap there. But we are going to be finding the Kate. Kate says, "Hey, I will take this with me and hold on to that." As we do see, I think that was Aranova here taking chase away from this generator. Another dry kick coming out here. And at this point, with the perks being revealed, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many people moving in for protection hits. Also, because they know that they can kind of sit on these gens and start attacking them here. Because if they aren't taking protection hits, they're not getting broken. They're minimizing the slowdown from that Thanatophobia. Eventually, something's going to crack.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard fought battle for sure. Especially with this vantage point on the hill, Osaka can really just kind of send Victor out scouting and also just kind of keep an eye on things from there as well. Oh,
I thought too.
That would have been crazy. That would have been so crazy. But we do know someone has been around here because this generator has been touched.
Yeah, the regression on it has been stopped. Now going to be coming over and checking on this generator. It does look like the spark's still on that one, so nobody around this area. Not sure if maybe they might be returning the favor and getting Midas healed. Yeah, actually seeing both the Quentin and the Kate right over here. There's going to be the application by the little turd on to our Ultra friend. However, it sounds like... almost want to say it sounds like this generator has even progressed a little bit since the last time we heard it, which makes me wonder maybe Super Aranova is over here doing ninja things and just really doing a good job as far as playing things safe in this corner.
Yeah, definitely a ton of patience, more patience than I could ever be, honestly, from our survivors here. Although I do think that was an injured Ultra we saw over here. Ooh, definitely going to get that long shot on Kate there. That was a beautiful leap from Victor.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see here at this point, Osaka, understanding that you need to really start the momentum here as far as your objective, getting the hook states. We've been sitting on 3 hooks for quite some time, and while you have been minimizing the amount of progress that the survivors have been able to make onto their objective, man, get behaviored, big boy. And that's going to be a down over here just past the window, but it's a far way away from our 3 gen here. We are going to see Osaka now going to be releasing Victor out to check up over on this generator. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no. This is really big now. Did we still have somebody else over here too?
I'm not entirely sure if we saw any sign of Super Aranova except for potentially over in this corner. This could be huge for Ultra if he can get, ooh. Oh, gosh.
So you do have an additional survivor up. That's tough.
Yeah, this now leaves Osaka to have to chase down Kate with Charlotte, although Aaron is going to be holding on to Victor for a little bit of time at the very least.
On top of that, guys, Aaron is going to have Force Penance attached, actually.
True. Oh,
Cute behavior.
With you. With the hit through the pallet space here. And I feel like, even though I understand Osaka probably feeling a little bit of pressure, wanting to go across the map and check on the 3 gen, now you have a hook all the way across the map here that will require at some point either Super Aranova or Ultra to come over here and check on that. Now going to be releasing Victor yet again coming into play here. And it doesn't sound like we have to worry about this gen popping just quite yet. We are tracking down some pools of blood that you are able to see while in that Victor form. We are going to keep Ultra in the closet here back at Shack, but I'm not sure if Osaka is going to be able to make it over there to be able to grab them out of the actual out of there itself. It looks like we're just going to opt for the drag kick, and I think that's the right decision.
I think so as well. I feel like we saw a lot of pressure there, and now we're kind of back to square one. Oh.
Not like this.
Not like this. There was an attempt. And we will see with that down on Ultra, we will see the reset for Aaron and our Kate there, who I believe is Midas. Yes. I can't read. Sorry.
Yeah, so we are going to see. I mean, those two get reset now. Oh, we found someone coming in through here. They're going to at least take the jump through the window here. That's going to be Super Aaron Nova retreating across the way. This is buying more time, though, for Kate. Yeah, I was going to say Ultra's going to trust the Midas touch. It's actually going to get up off the ground real quick here. Enough time for them to rotate over. So even though Osaka doing a very good job of splitting pressure, keeping multiple survivors injured. Honestly, right now, Demise showing why they have been one of the favorites in the league throughout season 2 here, because they've just been able to always seem to be one step ahead.
Yeah, Demise doing a really good job of dealing with the pressure being put down by Osaka here. Just patiently trying to work through these generators.
Now here you are going to see a dry kick over here on this gen. This gen, it looked like the fourth piston maybe just barely starting to pump, so pretty well around the 75% mark, about 20 seconds worth of repair from a single survivor, and we can probably anticipate that our survivors will be splitting pressure on the gens whenever they are attacking them instead of doubling up, and we are going to see still some sparks here as far as from the actual generator itself, because that is going to be still regressing, but we also saw the full reset across the way. And you know, Vader, I feel like as much as we are seeing again, as much as we're seeing a really strong performance from Osaka, it just seems like Demise has an answer for every single thing that Osaka's throwing at him.
I would have to agree with you. I said before that this was just going to be a who can outpatient the other team, right? And for sure, that's what we're seeing. The ability to just go ahead and go, oh, you've put Victor on me. Well, I'm going to take Victor over here, and somebody else is going to be waiting over here with me. So as soon as I get rid of Victor, you're going to go ahead and reset, and then we're going to come back and rinse and repeat. I mean, eventually something's going to break. You're going to get impatient, and we're going to get out, or we just stay in this trial, and we'll do our thing.
Yeah, we are going to see now at this point, Neo rotating back towards the main building. Nice fake at the window, does buy a little bit of distance, and some good patience shown again by Super Aaron Nova. Look at that distance being built here as well. We had also seen that and there's generator number 5 popping actually off in the distance. That is going to be big here, because now we still have 3 survivors that are up and available to try and make an escape.
Yeah, and I will say that all of the survivors that are currently up and available are available to have bonus points, actually. So they all have the maximum escape points that they could have. Oh, and we missed it.
That's a huge miss.
That's so unfortunate.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. What?
What?
Somebody explain to me how that happened.
Whoa, get behaviored, big guy. That's so unfortunate with that miss. Osaka's going to lose any pressure he might have had, and Demise will take the 3 out.
Yo, behavior just went to Osaka, was like, yo, you remember that Pocos or 2 that we gave you through the trial? Get wrecked, big boy. And that's unfortunate.
That's so unfortunate. I'd be mauled in a little bit if I was Osaka.
Oh, I am sure there was
big time I'd be mauled in.
We saw Osaka kind of just sitting there. Even if it's
like,
not
okay,
outwardly molding, I'm sure there's a little bit of just internal molding going on. And I think it's going to be important for Osaka in Deathwish. Even though you lose set 1, this is set base. So even though we're looking at a big score difference on our scoreboard right now, that's going to be resetting back to 0, right, Vader?
That's correct. Whoa. It's going to be going back to 0-0, but you do know that Demise has the advantage at this point. If they win the next set, it's all over. It's all over if they win the next set. So Deathwish needs to come out here and claim this set for themselves on their home map. So that is going to be very important here. Oh my lord, though, I have no clue how that happened.
We're so unlucky. That was so unlucky.
It really was unlucky, unfortunately. And guys, there are a few assets that we'll actually have to switch out here on our side. So I am actually going to, I'm gonna take us to a short. Be right back.
Short break.
Don't go nowhere, because we'll be right back, and then we'll have more awards to go over.
So like right back.
Right back.
Like, right back. My back, your back. Be right back. And welcome back. We are back. We are ready for the second set. This will be on Cold Tower. Once again, I am your judge, Judge Vader. I am joined by Counselor Q and Counselor Shep.
Let's get down to it here. We have got the first set in the bag. That is going to go to Demise with an S.
Sure.
So now going to be moving into set number 2. And since this is a different set, that means we can put the abattoir that is Rancid into the past. And now we'll be moving on to the cold shower.
Whew. Cold shower indeed. I'm really excited for this one. Cold Tower definitely is you almost had me calling a cold shower again. All right, I'm not gonna lie, it was catchy. Okay. But yeah, honestly, it's one of the staples of Dead by Daylight comp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it is, it's a very balanced map. It's very exciting for us to be able to see it in the championship like this. So I'm definitely excited to see it. But you know, before we get to that, We have another award now, don't we?
More awards?
We do indeed have another reward. So this season of Vigo's Court saw a lot of newcomers to the comp scene coming out to show what they are made of. And so our next award is going to be for Rookie of the Season. So our nominations for this award were Solar Blazer from Arctic Wolves, Hunjum, and Yo Humble Yourself from Wrecking Crew, Ikea Carlson or Big Boy Ollie from Demise.
No, that is release team.
Deadheads.
Deadheads. I thought they were Demise. Okay, sorry. Ikea Carlson from Deadheads and a cup of JoJo from Outlaws of the Fog. And of course, our Rookie of the Season, our newcomer to the comp scene who absolutely blew us out of the water this season. I mean, they all had great performances, but there can only be one winner. And that winner was Solar Blazer from Arctic Wolves. Very well deserved, in my opinion.
Hello.
Oh,
Hi, Solar.
man. And we do have a Solar Blazer right here. Solar Blazer going ahead and just entering like, I went ahead
me
and heard
slide
my
in
name.
here.
Let me just go ahead and slide right in. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I
is
was
that, everyone?
so confused by the name. I was like, who is coming into our interrogation room when we're waiting for Solar Blazer? For some reason in Discord, it's reading as Baron for me. I'm like, what are we doing here? Congratulations, though, Solar. Definitely well deserved. How's it feel?
When I first saw that I won Rookie of the Year, I was very flustered. I'm very pleased.
I
Well, it
like
was-
that. You said flustered. I hope that's good flustered. Like, oh my gosh,
Yes.
I can't believe I did it.
Yes. Yes. I'm very happy.
Definitely very well deserved. You had an incredible performance, not just on the killer side, but on the survivor side as well. Every time you came out, you were always someone to keep an eye on.
Favorite moments were definitely my Slinger match against Entity, and my favorite survivor memory is hiding in a basement and killer losing me for a whole minute when trying to tunnel me out.
Oh my gosh, I
I-
remember that. You're like, where did he go? He could only have gone into the basement.
Yeah. I remember when Vader was like, oh, he went into the basement, and you were right. I did go into the basement. So yes, I'm very happy, very pleased, and I'm very happy that everyone enjoyed watching. And I hope there's more years to come, or years, months, or years.
Seasons. We'll go with seasons.
Seasons. Many more seasons to come.
So does that mean, though, now that you have won Rookie of the Year, that you are going to be returning to Vigo's next season and looking to maybe be MVP, maybe be Killer of the Year or something like that?
Wait, there's a killer of the year?
There is.
There is.
Oh, I didn't know this. I'll leave you thinking.
Oh, oh, the suspense. You
The
can't just.
suspense gonna kill me.
You know, I already got weak nerves, weak heart. You know, I got 2 kids. Like they put me through it. But man, I need you to answer the
No, I
question.
feel
No,
that.
I'm just
I feel
kidding.
that.
You said you feel that? Hey, yeah, both of us dads feel that on a personal level, right?
Yeah.
Man, I just gotta know if you coming back.
Well, for those of us who can be patient,
Oh god.
this was really an incredible season from you. We've already heard about your favorite moments. What was the game that you were kind of worried about the most? I want to hear what was your most nerve-wracking moment.
Nerve-wracking moment?
Mhm. What game stood out to you the most as the one that had you sweating?
Facing Demise with 0 practice on killers I don't play.
That would make me anxious too.
Thankfully, when I played Plague, and I forgot who the other killer was. I don't know what it was, but when I played Plague, I was a little nervous because I don't play Plague, but she's one of my favorite killers now. I'm gonna be honest, so I definitely grew on with liking Plague from that match.
Definitely played very well with Plague. So, although I don't think I've really seen any killers that you haven't been able to play well, honestly.
True.
I play, everything. I bob around, do whatever I need to do.
What's your least favorite killer?
At the start of the season, when you asked me this, the answer was Plague.
I know.
The turnaround. Who's the new least favorite?
She's like my second favorite now, but like my least favorite killer that is like actually good in comp, so like Scratch, Ghostface, Myers, probably, and people are gonna disagree with me, probably Oni.
That's fair.
I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Oni picks across the board in competitive. I mean, I know in DBE today, all 4 of our second round matchups had Onis chosen, not even before the overtime. So I can't help but wonder, and since we have you here for a moment, what is it about the Oni that kind of puts them in that spot for you?
Well, if you're facing, let's say like the best survivors or good survivors, they're not going to allow you to get your power. They shouldn't allow you to get that free hit, and at that point you just have to play zoning, and if they do take good pathing, there's really nothing you can do except mind game and 50-50s, take 50-50s. It's just it can get annoying, but if you play him correctly, I think he's really strong, but I just think it's tedious at the start.
I think that's fair. Honestly, I think that those are like the ideals, right? Like every survivor squad that goes against Oni is like, this shouldn't happen. And then of course, when it happens, it's like, well, that happened. So yeah, I like it.
It's like kind of like, cause like you just kind of like are an M1 killer until you get your power, and like if you don't get that power, what can you do? You're fast, but that's about it.
True. Yeah, honestly, it's crazy though, because a lot of people that like Blight usually end up, it seems, like Oni and like Hillbilly, right? They like the speed and the flicks, right? It's almost the same kind of mechanic, so they tend to gravitate towards those. And if I'm remembering properly, you actually like Blight quite a bit.
Blight has been like my biggest struggle because he's like a hit or miss for me. I either do really good with him, or I get spun 80 times and cry very, very sad.
Understandable. Honestly, I feel like that's me when I play Blight in pubs, but I am nowhere near your level on Blight. Like, I'm over here like, let me go ahead, and they hopped in a locker. Now what do I do? I'm in a rush. Like, okay. Go ahead and hop out and go hop the window of Shaq. Be gone with you.
Yeah, I have had really good time with you guys, and I really enjoyed playing with everyone, and I'm very glad everyone who shoutcasts are shoutcasters, because you guys are all very amazing and nice, and it was a joy. It was very nice. It was a good first entrance, and at the start of the season when we were hearing like, oh, Wispy carry, that's when I took the killer role and had to learn killer, which I didn't really practice or anything, but for like the whole season, just me practicing and seeing how much I've grown, seeing how much Vigos has grown and everyone's grown, and all the comp teams and everyone, it's really nice. It's a nice comp community.
I would agree, and we have really enjoyed having you be a part of it. Definitely hope to see you next season. And like, thank you for coming out and talking to us about it. Do you have any final remarks for the fans of Vigos, fans of Arctic Wolves, or just your fans in general?
Hide in basements.
Oh no. No, you don't need to tell the randoms that I play with in pubs that anymore, because they do it already.
Basement now. Don't do it.
Sometimes being a blendette isn't a bad thing.
While that could be fair, a Quentin in a basement locker is never a good thing. All right. Well, thank you for coming out, indeed. And we do have another match on the Cold Tower to get to between Deathwish and Demise for this final verdict. Thanks for coming out, Baron. Solar Blazer.
Thank you, and good luck on your guys' matches. Have a great one.
You too.
Too.
Bye.
Q, you look like you're looking at Shep. I'm wondering what you gonna say.
No, I don't. I saw that we had a legend in the DBD comp scene over in our chat from the legendary Oracle team. Is that a Wild Justin in our chat?
Wow.
Oh. Okay, so that's why you over there looking at chat. I was wondering. I was like, I kept looking down, and I was like, Q is looking at something intently. But yes, oh hi, Justin. Oh hi. So definitely, Justin has been commentating on Swish's tournament, hasn't he?
Yeah, they wrapped up their tournament yesterday. It was actually a blast to watch. I'm gonna
watched
have
it
to
too.
Really
watch
intense
the
one,
last
yeah.
couple of sets on the replay on YouTube because I had to be a reasonable, responsible adult and be up at 2 o'clock this morning. But yeah, the tournament was definitely a banger.
I'm not gonna ask. I was gonna ask, but I'm not gonna ask.
OCE, 3 o'clock a.m. is 7 p.m. Sydney time. So.
Okay. Got you. I was like, wait, yeah, what? Okay. But yeah, I also did watch it, and I thought it was pretty great. So, yeah, pleasure having you in chat. We do have all the survivors set though. Of course, we are going to the Coal Tower, everybody. Go ahead and just review real quick for everybody. That is a McMillan Estate map. It is smaller in size than a lot of other maps, which really mean the killers you could choose to use here really could be anybody. It's a really balanced map. But as we already talked about, we're really expecting to see the S tiers here, right, guys?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think if I am Demise, I am going to expect both the Spirit and the Blight from Deathwish. I feel like Demise is in a good situation where, you can start off here with the and putting the pressure down and choosing one of the S tiers yourself. I can't help but wonder though, if you had to pick between the 2 S tiers that are left at this point, because we saw the twins pick the Blight and the Spirit. Shep, who would you be going or leading off with here on Cold Tower?
I feel like I'd probably be starting with Spirit because you can clean up a little bit with Blight, right? So with a confident Blight player, no matter what position you put yourself in, you have a better chance of fixing any mistakes you might have made earlier in the trial with finishing up with Blight there.
I would also agree. Well, I would agree most of the time, but with Ultra, I actually want to see him bring Blight here first. But definitely, guys, we've already gone through it once, but let's go through it one more time. Of course, our killers are scoring via those hook states. And as you can see, first and second hook and third hook being there, third hook being worth the most amount of points. Progressions being worth 1 point less, except for a 7th and 8th progression to avoid point starving would be awarded 1 point each. And if you want to know more, use exclamation point rules in chat, but we got a game, so I'm going to go ahead and hand off to Shep and to Q.
Interestingly enough, we were all wrong. We are going to see our first trial of set 2, starting with Ultra on Plague.
You know what? I'm here for it. Anybody who's been watching Vigo's Court this season knows that Plague has always been on my short list of some good killers that aren't necessarily in the S tier that can still put up some very good results. And we are going to see Ultra here. Looks like going with the amulet here to give you your extra 20 seconds here while we are in our power, as well as the yellow apple, which is going to give us the additional 2 corrupt pulls at the beginning. We do see Ultra getting value out of one right off the back, and back-to-back shots onto Barson is now going to be a hook in the middle of the map. What, like 45 seconds into the game?
Yeah, really early on. I thought it was interesting for Ultra to pick up power while having no idea where any of our survivors were just yet, but it looks like it was a good choice for him, and we do see scratch marks here, so Ultra can play a little bit of chicken with this main building while he's got his power up.
Yeah, I feel like we see people quite often bringing in the yellow apple, right, to be able to give yourself the 2 additional pulls. Nice shot onto Swarma here to be able to get the health state change onto our Nia. But I feel like the strategy that we see kind of back and forth is some people saving the pulls until you've already gotten a couple of survivors, sick and injured, whereas other times you'll see survivors like Ultra did here came out and picks up one of those pools right away. We're talking now 3 injured survivors throughout the trial. That's 15% slowdown on any sort of gen work getting done currently, thanks to that Thananophobia. And now taking chase here with the Atom around the main building. And unless there's a pallet right here, this is going to be a down, but a nice dead hard for distance. Oh, gets done, stupid.
That is a beautiful dead hard from Dark there, who's proven to be someone hard to take chase with throughout this entire match. So Ultra probably wants to get him out sooner rather than later if he can.
Yeah, but we are working back here at the main building, which can be a relatively strong tile here. We also see a really good job by Dark to just go ahead and head back into this jungle gym that still has the downed pallet. Something good to be able to work around here. We see Ultra trying to work their way back through, and unless Ultra makes a mistake, this should be a down at this pallet. Can't help but wonder though how close we're getting to seeing generators 1, 2, and maybe even 3 popping, because it's been more than 120 seconds into the trial. As we can see, the corrupt intervention has expired, and that's hook 2, and that's another fresh hook, and there's not a gen to be seen yet.
To be fair, we did have a really early down early on, pulling a survivor off of the generator, and we don't know where everyone spawned, so they might have had some time before they could even get started on anything. Of course, this generator right next to us is going pretty heavy there, so I would expect to see it pop soon.
Yeah, and we are going to find Shrimp over here. Shrimp probably, honestly, should have vaulted there. However, going to be getting the M1 at this point onto the Shrimpster here. So that's now going to be 2 fully changed health states, whether it be between the injured state as well as the hook state onto the dark. So that is now 10% slowdown onto those gens. Seeing a nice little speed burst from, I believe that was a life play, I think, from Nia. However, with the I don't know. I feel like if we probably should have gone with one more set of puke onto the Nia that was kind of stuck in animation to be able to force the broken status, because we're also going to be seeing some nice play here by Adam. No. Go ahead and force the decisive strike. You've got time. Instead, though, we're going to go ahead and see chasing back towards the Shack side, and also the Shack gen just outside of Shack is the one that was covered by that deadlock as well.
We're going to go ahead and see Ultra pick up that power one more time. And with 3 injured survivors, it could be really easy picking depending on where everyone is. Oof. A really nasty down here at Shack.
And that's going to be big. That is a down, though, that's in the pallet space. Can't help but wonder if maybe that was intended. We do see survivors doing that quite often, going down into the pallet space. But, now at this point, 3 survivors, either 1 down on the ground and 2 of them injured and broken. So that is now 3 stacks on the Thananophobia, while we're still working with the corrupt purge here. About 50% of it has expired, but that's still plenty of time here for Ultra to be able to get the down. Ultra is going to be able to use that animation lock to be able to establish the down over here. I was going to say, I haven't seen a pickup yet onto Shrimp, but there is the pickup there. So that is someone that is rotated over for the pickup on Shrimp. That's one less survivor that has been on the generators being able to work on their objective. 3 fresh hooks here, and that also is now going to mean more stacks of the Thananophobia as we have 3 people injured.
And we are going to hear a survivor close by right as our power begins to run out. Try to use it to get it down there, but unfortunately not going to be able to land the puke. So we're going to have to resort to a good old chase here.
Ooh, gets done, stupid, says Dark as he applies plus 10 wood to the face. That's going to be some big distance here for our Adam as well. And we had seen the save come in. Generator number 3 has popped here as well. That same generator back here at Shack has also been covered up by the deadlock. Working around this tile. Don't think you're going to be able to make it before this time around. Now also going to be working the long side of this tile here. You got to make a play here if you're Ultra. Nice mind game, but ended up swinging just a little bit short. Seeing the criminal, I'm able to get another swing and miss here as well.
Oh, this is really unfortunate. A little bit of teabagging there as Ultra has a really hard time catching Dark at this pallet.
And this is huge time. We had talked about how Ultra had been doing a good job of spreading the pressure amongst multiple fresh hooks here. But right now we are seeing Dark serving up the juice back here. I was going to say if we saw another swing and a miss, I was about to lose myself. Oh, man.
Oh my gosh, after a really intense run that will be Dark going down. But hopefully not for nothing. I would expect to see a generator going here sometime soon. Honestly, I kind of have a feeling our survivors know about the deadlock by this point, so that Shack Gen might actually just be the one they 99 to take on the deadlock.
Yeah, it definitely has a lot of progress there. Here we're going to be seeing another down onto Swarma here. That's going to be another hook state here that you can get. And then especially because you can use this to rotate back towards your other hook, maybe even be able to keep two of them together. We do see the Nancy being able to build a little bit of distance. Should be able to get this hook safely, or unhook safely, I should say, as we see hook number 2 onto Swarma. I'm probably going to assume that this is going to be a borrowed time play here onto the Atom as they are moving in for the protection hit. But you got to keep in mind that this survivor is also going to be able to be removed from the trial with the down. That is minimal points here, so I understand why Ultra is going for the save. We had also heard the sound notification across the way. 3 stacks on that no way out means 48 seconds from that time that our survivors are left in the trial. About half of that has expired. So now about 18 seconds left. 1 survivor on the ground, 1 survivor on a hook. Ultra trying to wrap things up and have a very impressive end game here.
Unfortunately, we don't have another corrupt pool here, so Ultra's not going to have that tool to aid him in pressuring the survivors away from this hook. Looks like we are going to wait out any potential decisive strike on Dark there while we wait out the death timer on Shawarma here.
We are going to be seeing the cleanse here at this point on to Shrimp. Also going to be seeing Barson rotating over for the pickup, which makes sense because right now the last survivor that Deathwish wants to be found is going to be Shrimp, because Shrimp is the lone remaining fresh hook here. Now, last time we were over at this door, though, there wasn't much progress on it, which means we are probably seeing them going to be getting ready to prime the door if it's not already done so. Over back behind the main building, I would assume that's the one that's getting opened there. If that's the case, we're seeing Shrimp taking the easy out there. That makes sense because, that, again, that's your fresh hook survivor. We see scratch marks across the way. Oh, we actually see that our friend here, Dark, has been able to make a little bit of distance here. I don't know if they're going to be able to make this, though.
Oh, gosh. A body block here could be huge in getting... waiting on the dead hard. I say a body block here could be huge in getting Dark out of this trial, but it looks like, unfortunately, he's just not going to make it, even with the dead hard. Ultra was super patient to wait that out.
Yeah, so altogether going to be looking at 7 stages if we include the progression. I think we had 1 or 2 of those throughout the trial itself, but that's going to be 2 escapes here. One of them being a fresh hook, one of them also still being able to get the bonus points here as well on that. So that does mean after trial number 1 in our second set, 15 for Demise, Deathwish at 14, keeping things nice and close just the way you love to see it.
Yeah, definitely very close. So, I mean, I really feel like this is going to end up just like the last set where it was close until the 3rd trial. So I expect that it's going to be close in the 2nd trial as well, as Osaka likely will be our killer for the next 2 trials.
So I guess at this point, the question is still, are we going to see mirror matches? And my question is, I'm going to send that first over to Shep. What do you think? Are we going to see a Plague coming out next, or do we see Deathwish trying to just come out with the 2 back-to-back S tiers?
You know, considering the position that Deathwish is in, unless we hear otherwise that they would be mirror matching, I don't think that's the smart play for them here. Of course, Plague has shown throughout our season that she's a very good contender. very good killer option. But if Deathwish doesn't want to lose this completely, they really need to bring their, not even just their A game, like their S tiers need to come out.
So they need to bring their S game?
I was gonna say that, but I was like, that sounds stupid. I'm not gonna say that.
It sounds kind of dirty too. It could be.
Oh no.
Oh God, please. Anyways, let's talk awards.
Well, real quick before we get to that, I was going to I was gonna go ahead and say that Osaka, remember Shep, the last 2 games we've casted for Osaka said, I'm not gonna play Plague anymore. I hate Plague, right? Not playing this killer anymore. If Osaka plays Plague here,
Then we get to call him a liar.
yeah,
Then I think that pretty much confirms that it's mirror matches though too, like kind of the gentleman's agreement in the background, right?
and to be fair, who has been asking for the mirror matches the entire time? It has been Deathwish. So if there was a team to try to make everybody mirror match, this is the team to do it. So we'll see.
Well, and to be fair, knowing that Osaka doesn't like playing Plague, if they had agreed to a mirror match behind the scenes, then, you know, that's the perfect, like,
yeah.
friendly,
Like,
fuck
you know
you.
what, though? Nah, I didn't want to play this and you picked it, so I don't think I'm gonna stick to the agreement anymore, you know?
Suffering.
Man, I mean, yeah, it would be interesting, right? So definitely let's go ahead and get to the next award here, which, you know what? I actually think that this is just desserts, that this is the one we're talking about right now. All right? Yeah. So this is the Survivor Squad of the season, yo. Now, let's talk about who's up for this award first, right?
Let's do it.
We see that 6 got nominated, of course, without question, right? Monarchy also nominated, of course, right? We see Demise. Yep, we've talked about the strength of Demise. And then, yeah, who are those guys, right? And then we've talked about Arctic Wolves as well, and they are also nominated. So those are the 4, the only 4.
So, if my memory serves me correct, those would have been our last 4 unbeatens. I don't think there's a coincidence there, right?
Nope, I don't think there's a coincidence there either. But only one of those remained unbeaten to this day.
True.
And they are also the winner of this award, Demise, earning Survivor Squad of the season. And here to talk about that, we've got the one, the only, the myth, the legend, Q-Top.
What's up?
Hey, Q-Top, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
My goodness,
am
you sound like you are on the
fantastic.
cellular, my dude.
I
okay.
am currently getting some Chipotle right now.
Oh, making me jealous. Good Lord.
I just got off work and I was asked to do an interview, so I was like, is it okay that I'm on my phone?
I love it.
So, seeing you guys taking home Survivor Squad of the Year, I feel like, you know, you guys have a roster that has a lot of notable names, but at the same time, I feel like we've kind of seen throughout the season multiple players kind of taking over in different trials. And I'm sure that's probably got to be something that makes it easier on a day in and day out basis, that you don't have to consistently depend on just one person, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's nice to be able to basically plug in any lineup that we want and know that we're probably going to get pretty much the same results out of anything. So definitely makes it a lot easier. Like, I picked up a shift at work today knowing that these guys would probably be able to get it done. I don't know the score. I haven't been able to watch, but I'm assuming that they're doing pretty well. So who knows?
You want me to give you the update right now?
Yeah, give me the rundown.
All right. So we're already through the first set, you see. And the first set went to Demise 71-41.
Okay.
Now we're in the second set right now, right? We're in the second set.
Yeah. Okay.
We've only played one trial so far.
Okay.
The score currently is 15-14 Demise.
Did they play serve or killer?
Killer.
Okay.
So it's
Big Ben.
time for them to play Survivor now versus Osaka on the Coal Tower.
Okay. My boy's getting it done. You see.
So for sure, it was looking good for you. It's looking good. Hey, do you think it goes to 3 trials though? This is my question for you. You're not playing in it, or 3 sets. That's what I meant. Yes, 3 sets.
Well, obviously I don't think it'll go to 3 sets. I got confidence in my boys, but if it does, I'll be home in about 15 minutes. So I might have to slide on in there.
I have to plug it in and make sure that
Come clean up.
Might have to slide in for the last set.
Q-Top over here saying, boys, you better get it done. Otherwise, I'm strapping in.
I'm coming.
God.
I'm coming.
Good Lord. I love it. Well, do you have any final things you want to say to the fans of Vigos, fans of Demise, or any of your fans as well?
My phone kind of lagged a little, but I'm assuming you asked if I had final thoughts. I just want to say, obviously, thank you guys for nominating us for the award and considering us, and obviously we ended up winning it, so thank you for that. We greatly all appreciate it. Obviously, the fans of Vigos and Demise themselves are insane, so thank you guys as always. It's always a pleasure, and maybe if it gets pushed to set 3, you'll see Big Q-Top in there, but I don't know. Hopefully they get it done. But thank you guys as always, and yeehaw! Go Demise, baby!
Thank you for always being a joy to interview, Q-Top.
Of course, thank you guys. Have a good one.
Take it easy, my
you too. All right, guys. So we do have all of the survivors already, of course. We've got the killer ready too. They're just waiting on us. So without further ado, let me go ahead and just switch. And what's the final verdict here? Well, this is the final verdict. But do you guys think that we are going to see the mirror match? Give me yay or nay. Q, you first.
I feel like if I am Deathwish and I have fought this hard to get to where we are, I would want to handle business the way that I want to handle business. And since we know that Deathwish is kind of pushed for this, I think we'll probably be seeing the mirror matches. Yep.
I think because we saw Plague that first round, we do see mirror matches.
All right. Well, if we are going to see mirror matches here, I'm down for it. All right, guys, let's review how the survivors are going to try to score points here. Of course, the survivors being the winner of the Survivor Squad of the Year, Demise is going to be looking to finish those gens, get the 9 generator points available on the table, and then get as many escapes as possible. Of course, that 3rd and 4th escape being worth 10 points combined. And then if you are able to escape with 2 or more hook states remaining, you do get a bonus point as well. So for sure, that's the goal, and these guys may be able to do it quite well. I'm going to go ahead and hand off to Shep and Q here. There are 26 points available and no mirror match.
Let's go ahead and take another trip on back into the fog here, back on the Coal Tower, and seeing Oni on this map, and seeing a lot of Oni on this map in particular over in DBE today. I feel like this is going to be a situation where what we are going to back to back. Osaka, your guess is as good as mine, buddy. I guess we've got to learn a better rain dance for RNGs before our next trial, because that is definitely tough. We are going to be seeing the corrupt intervention here into the play, as well as 3 mystery perks here. As far as this one, I believe that was actually a slow vault by the Michaela, by Sleepy J, in order to get back into the jungle gym here. At this point, we're about 50 seconds into the trial. We have yet to see a health state change. Not necessarily a panic mode point here, but, especially I would say for Osaka, because with the splintered hole, once you do get a health state change, you'll be able to progress towards that power relatively quickly.
Yeah, our survivors are doing a very good job of doing the one thing you need to do against Oni, and that is preventing him from getting his power, because once that starts, you pretty much end up in this downhill race to unfortunate. This downhill race, and we will see our first health state taken there, which is not only important because we want health states, but it's also super important because this means that our Oni here can start charging up his power, and from this first chase alone, he's pretty much got it.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that huge value from that splintered hole here. It does actually look like, too, that Osaka is going to use this power. I think is probably going to try and identify where they've got a couple of survivors at, and then, yeah, going to be popping the power here. We do see that Lion's Fang is paired up with the splintered hole here. That's going to give you the extra 10 seconds into the power of very fast down here on to Ultra. And I know a lot of times we see killers use the power as far as while you're in the Demon Dash form there to be able to go for multiple downs. But I can't help but feel that with getting a down so close to being ready for another power and having that splintered hole and still having an injured survivor in the trial, I feel like this is the move.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of the position you want. Oh no. I don't know how smart it is to unhook right in his face. It looks like, whoa. Okay, Osaka. Behavior is saying sorry to Osaka for that Twins game.
Shaq,
I mean,
I actually think that is that was Quentin not committing to the body block. He started abandoning before the swing happened, and that allowed Oni to get in there.
It just the Michaela looked well through that window. This is a bad position to be in if you're our survivors out. Everyone is injured. That's going to be lots of blood left around for Osaka to pick up, and this is that snowball that you didn't really want to see because this is just our first generator popping with quite a few hook states already.
Yeah, 2 of them thus far, both of them being fresh hooks, but both of the fresh hooks came in very quick into the power, and we're going to be seeing Osaka getting the power back yet again here. It is worth noting that our first 2 gens did come on both the top and the bottom side of the map, which does mean that we are starting to work as far as our split itself. Very nice play by our survivor to hold tight on the wall and hug and come in right back close to Osaka here. At this point, we are going to be seeing Osaka coming back across the map. We see a very smart decision, though, by our survivor, the Michaela, to not go for the unhook right here. Trying to go for the flick is Osaka. Not going to be able to find connection, but at this point, you don't even need to go for the big swing, right? You can just go for the simple M1 to get the down.
Yep. Gonna get the quick down there, and it looks like we're gonna check. Oh no, not like this. Oh no. And I think that was with no borrowed time.
That's very, very tough. Also worth noting that pretty much as that down came in, Osaka was coming out of their power, which does mean that that is extra value coming in from that Lion's Fang that we were talking about, the extra 10 seconds in the power itself. I don't know how I feel about the Unbreakable there, though, because I feel like with as quick as Super Aaron Nova got up, you probably already had somebody over there going for the pickup, and now Osaka knows that you can just slug without having to worry about Unbreakable the rest of the game, right?
Yeah, definitely. That was an interesting choice. I think I would have, seeing that Osaka didn't pick our other slugged survivor up, I think I probably would have not used my Unbreakable there, but you know, maybe they did it because they knew they had Deliverance loaded, and that will be Michaela off the hook for pretty much nothing to our survivor squad.
And we are now going to be seeing another perk coming in. I can't remember if we vaulted earlier or not, but at least now for sure.
We hadn't acknowledged it.
In the bamboozle here, that's going to be big here, working around Shack, because all you're left with to do is to go ahead and throw the actual Shack pallet itself, right? We do, though, the generators on both sides of the Shack. The one over that we're looking at now is the one that was covered up by the deadlock when generators number 2 and 3 were both complete. And then the generator at the TNL at 5 also knocking like a 4 in the middle of December. Nice flick here by Osaka to be able to establish the down. getting really angry, beating up this engine here as well, is going to go for the slug play at this point. So I think part of this, one, is feeling the pressure and understanding that you have quite a few generators with a lot of progress, and two, understanding that we are quite a bit away into this game. That is going to be a nice dead hard here by Ultra to be able to avoid the down. E to outplay, get wrecked, nerd. However, we are going to see a very nice flick to recover to be able to get the down. That was disgusting.
Just some very beautiful flicks from Osaka here, putting that Kanabo to work, really. And my goodness, that was really intense.
What's interesting is we hadn't seen a pickup come in until just now. And we also hadn't seen a gen getting done, which leads me to believe that Osaka actually has a whole lot of control. We are going to be seeing Midas with the balanced landing here to be able to get away. A whole bunch of blood leaving from this 4-5 position back here that has 2 gens with a whole lot of progress. This is going to be the Quentin taking the vault through the L wall, now going to be getting bamboozled up here. No pallet around this area, so unless there is a mistake, here's a dead hard, and there's going to be the down on the Ultra.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I was gonna say Osaka's probably gonna want to get that dead hard out here, because that had bought some time for our survivor earlier, but nope, that will be a down before he can get to the window and back up onto the hook right next to the generator that has quite a bit of progress on it. And that will be our first elimination for the trial.
Yeah, 5 hook states all together here. We are going to be seeing Deathwish currently with a 6-point lead while out on the killer side, looking to extend this lead. We do still have 1 entered survivor currently left into this trial. We are going to be seeing a nice down here onto Super Aaron Nova. Yeah, you get the blind, but at what cost? It did not really be able to get you any extra distance here. And now it does look like we might even be not going for the slug play. I actually think the pickup here is the smarter decision, especially because you can rotate the survivor and rotate him to the back side of the map. I know we might have some people looking on, seeing those basement hooks and wondering why you don't go to the basement, but you see Midas back here trying to get some additional progress on these gens. You know that there's a lot of progress on gens across the board. You don't want to take the time to go all the way to the basement, right, Chef?
Absolutely. Time management is really important if we've learned anything from these trials before.
Back to the power we go, thanks to those blood orbs really getting big value from the splintered hole. There's the Nia that was just on the hook. It does look like, if I had to guess, that's the Jeff. That's Midas over here. Oh, running right into Osaka. Not what you want to be doing. We still have about 2/3 of our power available to us, which means that it won't be taking much for a buildup for Osaka to get back into that power form. And now, at this point, knowing that you have Super Aaron Nova, you can probably assume rotating towards the top side of the map for a reset. You got some time to go for a basement hook, and the basement hook's actually back behind a 3-gen here. Osaka might actually be looking to put a 4K down here.
That would be really good for Deathwish here if they want to try to take the second set. And we will see him go ahead and charge up that power. We have, of course, 1 healthy survivor, 1 injured survivor, but with that power active, that's not going to really matter.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, again, getting really big value as far as from the splintered hole. Also, it does seem like something that I have noticed, and I think is part of the reason we've been seeing Oni getting picked more consistently across the board in some competitive DVD. It seems like they're our consistent blood orb drop rate. I don't know if it's been changed in the back without there being an announcement, because I don't remember seeing one, but it seems like even without the splintered hole, you're able to get quite a bit of accumulation of the blood orbs across the map. So you include the extra 33% from the add-on, and you're able to just get powers left and right, kind of the way that we've seen Osaka been able to do thus far in the back end of this trial. Nice pallet, though, from the Nia to at least be able to create a little bit of distance. And at this point, Osaka is going to be using the last little bit of this power to come back, monitor your 3-gens, as well as potentially be protecting this hook here as well. But you found somebody at the T-wall working around, not going to be able to hit the flick, though.
That would have been huge for Osaka there. It does look like they might be, we might be seeing Demise cutting their losses with Midas in the basement there, knowing that Osaka still has power up for just a little bit. Because we definitely saw the progression on Midas there.
Yeah, I do feel like though at this point you still have some hang time left, no NBA, to definitely be seeing the save coming in as we just saw there, and it was a fully healthy survivor that did move in for that save as well. Bamboozle coming into play over here at the T while Midas getting healed as well. So now at this point we do have 3 fully healthy survivors in this trial here, but only 4 hook states remaining. So right now, I mean, if you get Sleepy J up on a hook, then you know that every hook from that point on will be removing somebody from the trial.
Yeah, definitely the pressure is on our survivors. You really don't want to be in a 3-gen situation, especially against an Oni who consistently has his power. So this is a pretty tough situation to be in if you are Demise.
And it does look like we have got Super Aeronova working around the shack here. Going to be taking just the one M1 is it is actually getting we are seeing here though moving around the backside of the shack. It's kind of interesting to see just the one just seeing the one M1 there, because of course he's going to take what you get, right? Like, why go for the one and attempt the one shot down and miss? So Aaron Nova is going to have to get healed. Getting the down though onto Midas here as well to be able to get it down. This is going to be another basement hook. And also, I am hearing from a little birdie in my ear that apparently there was a buff as far as to the orb drop. I guess that's just something I happen to miss through the patch notes.
And with that elimination, we are going to see our survivors put in a pretty bad situation. Hopefully, Aaron here can keep Oni's attention for long enough to allow Sleepy J to try to get some gen progress. And we do hear this gen knock him pretty hard, but this is an iffy situation to be in.
For sure,
And
guys. I think it is interesting. You brought up the fact that the blood orbs dropping may have been something that happened during that mid-chapter event, but I mean, it's really been helping our Oni here. Super Aaron Nova is still injured, so I mean, the amount of blood orbs that we've seen dropped across the map, most of them that we've been picking up have been on this side of the map we're taking chase on right now. But if we go back up towards the main building, there are an abundance of orbs that can give us power yet again.
We will, however, see through a lot of patience that last generator popping. So now our survivors are tasked with trying to get the hell out of here against an Oni with his power up and no way out blocking those doors.
Yeah, not just no way out, 4 stacks of no way out. So 60 seconds. And we have found Super Aaron Nova here at this portion of the trial. And that's the one survivor that you really don't necessarily need to use your Demon Dash to establish the down. You can really just use it to close the distance and then be able to just use an M1 similar to like we had seen back at the shack. About 2/3 of the no way out. Oh, I think that was actually Super Aaron Nova getting caught on the edge here. And if no, it's Saka, no, you gotta go for the doors. Oh, actually, no. Look at this. Actually, we're going to have, after this hook here, we're still going to have about 5 seconds on the no way out. Just amount of time to be able to monitor the door over here at 9, and now be able to collect these blood orbs, pop that power, and push on the door over here at 3.
I was about to say, Q. I was like, you know how I said there were an abundance of blood orbs over here to pop your power? No, he was doing the right thing, but look at that hatch spawn. Crazy.
A very lucky hatch spawn for our survivor there.
That is going to be 2 stages going out, and that's big because that's the only one hook was on Sleepy J, so we get the additional point there, right, as far as for 1 stages left on the survivor. It is 2 stages worth of points taken away from the killer, so your 2 and your 3-pointers. So that altogether, what, an 8-point swing in a game that's already so close, and that honestly, I feel like Osaka had really fought hard to build a big lead, and then the 8-point swing means now only a 10-point lead heading into, what is this, trial 3 now, the second set?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, this is gonna be tough for Demise, but It's interesting that we're not seeing the mirror matches that we thought we would see, because Deathwish wanted to see the mirror match, but I guess that just goes to show how serious Deathwish is about trying to take the win here.
And something that's worth noting here, right, is that both teams here in set number 2 have conserved at least one of their S-tier killers that they have left thus far for set number 3 if it happens to go thus far. It happens to go there, right?
Yeah, dude, this is starting to become more of like a nail biter. I'm feeling like you know how Q-Top said that he didn't think we were gonna see a set 3. I'm feeling more and more like we're about to see a set 3. Does anybody agree with me there? Shep, what are your thoughts?
I think it's still a little too early to tell. We are only halfway through the set, and Demise still has a lot they can do in the next 2 trials, but I kind of have a gut feeling we might be seeing set 3, honestly.
Q? All right, hold on. I got to get a close-up on that face.
Oh, no, man. Okay, do you want to know my real opinion? I would love to see it. We've gone through 12 weeks. I would love to see this go down to not only a 3rd set, but I would love it to be one of those things where it's like we don't know until midway through the fourth game of the 3rd set who's going to win. But also my body's telling me that I've been up since 2 a.m. this morning, and I still have to cast a OCE final tomorrow morning, which means another 2 a.m. wake up. So, I mean, if Demise wants to turn things around here, I won't be too mad. You know what I'm saying?
Dang. So I hear that we've got a Demise fan right here, specifically over in this section. All right?
Listen. It's merely my body is cheering for Demise, but my heart and my soul is cheering for a 12-game barn burner of a matchup.
You're saying my mind's telling me no, but my body. I love it. Shep, you know you gotta love it, right? Definitely, I don't think I could handle a 3rd set because my heart. I already talked about it. Yo, these guys messing with me a little bit too much. They are already set. You said what? Huh?
Nothing.
We do have another award though to go over.
Another award.
Another one, yes.
Award or reward?
I'm gonna say award, but I'm gonna let Shep take it from here. So
our next award for this season is of course going to be our Killer of the Year. We have seen some really talented killers this entire season, but of course I don't think anyone's going to be surprised by our nominees. Our nominees for Killer of the Year are Solar Blazer, Ultra, The Lonely Moth, Slow Galio, Joy King, and Osaka. So gonna just cut to the chase here. Our winner is going to be the person who I think has been, honest to God, the most versatile this season. And our winner for Killer of the Year for Season 2 of Vigo's Court is going to be Ultra.
Ooh. Yeah.
I think when we look at some of the awards that we've had today, even though I feel like when you talk about Killer of the Year, everyone that you mentioned was like a really good candidate. I just think when you talk Ultra and you see just such a diverse killer pool, and it doesn't matter if it's an S tier, if it's a traditional M1 killer, Ultra just always seems to be able to come out and set the tone for his team.
Absolutely. Ultra has shown from the get-go that he is a very well-rounded killer. And before I get comments from you, Vader, I do want to say Ultra wasn't able to come out and make a statement himself, but he did want us to let everyone know that he says, I appreciate everyone that supports me.
You know, I totally understand Ultra not being able to come out and everything because, you know, I can actually see Ultra. He's in the lobby right there. So I totally understand. Yeah, you're with your team. You're trying to pull the win out. Yeah, exactly.
A little busy.
Not like Q-Top going and getting Chipotle, but you know.
Hey, Chipotle is important too.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, we got a 3-way high five though nominated. This is the first time we'll have ever done this. Yeah. Think
Which
about
corner is
that.
it?
What should I do? Should I just go like down to both, or like whoa, no, that's
Wait.
variable. Like, what
Wait.
the hell?
I could just go straight up.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, just go to the corner. Just go to the corner.
Go to the corner.
Yeah.
I'm just going
Go to the
down
corner?
like right here.
I hate this.
Is that what
Yeah.
I'm doing?
Okay, yeah. I hate this.
All right. All right. So 1, 2, 3.
Pacha!
Yeah! Close enough.
I felt that. I felt that right there. There were 2.
I felt that in my
whole
heart, at least.
You know, the crazy thing is that, like, because of the different sizes of the screens here on our set, I feel like my hand just looked like way bigger than you guys's, and I'm like, this is strange,
Listen, I don't want to
man.
talk about it.
No, never mind.
It's
I'm
okay,
sorry
I
I
got
brought
little
it up.
hands.
I'm sorry I brought it up, dog. Sorry I brought it up. No,
Listen, man, do you know what it's like to play college basketball and be like the only fucking guy on the team that can't palm the basketball? It's embarrassing, all right?
wait. Never mind.
Anyway.
So this match, though, we do have all of the survivors and killer ready. So let's go ahead and get started with it. But for sure, let's we'll be reviewing
So who do you guys
some build
think
rules.
we're gonna see here, killer-wise? Before we get into our build rules, any predictions on who we see for killer?
Blight.
Fair.
I think you go Spirit here with it being a smaller map because our next says ARP, right?
If we make it to the next set, yes.
Right, and I feel like I would want Blight right there versus this map personally. That's my guess.
I think Osaka Blight just be very OP, especially with the Osaka Pocos. But we'll see. We'll see. So guys, as a review, because we already reviewed this in the first one, yellow items and add-ons for our survivors here. Only one of each perk and item with the exception of BT. You can have 2 of those. You will notice there are several banned perks within Vigo's court, including Prove Thyself, Built to Last, Starstruck, Haunted Ground, Lethal Pursuer, all the boons, and Clairvoyance. And for the rest, you'll have to type !rules in chat because we got a match and it's Osaka Blight. You know, I love it when I'm right.
I kinda hate it when you're right.
mean, it's gotta happen at least every once in a while, you know?
A broken clock is right 2 times a day. You got your one.
Light shines on a dog's ass every once in a while. You know what I mean? So we are going to see, though, going back into the fog, though. This is going to be Osaka moving into the TNL here, trying to find someone. That's actually going to be Sleepy J that you're able to find right away. You're going to get at least a quick tag. Now going to be moving, it looks, through the corrupt intervention side of our map, and it does look like trying to corner up is Sleepy Day, trying to go with the tech to kind of press up into our killer. Not going to work, though. That is going to be a down here, and that looks like we're going to be seeing our very first hook. It is going to be a Pride Rock hook or a center hook before 60 seconds is even expired.
It's a really quick down for Osaka here, probably exactly where he wants to be. Getting that hook kind of close to one of our corrupt gens as well. Ooh, whoa.
Do see very good work, able to make their way around, avoiding the firecracker as well, able to get the hit onto Midas here. Now, as we are seeing more health states changing, it's good to talk about the corrupt intervention. Also, Osaka says, hey, Ultra, take that with you as you jump through the window. That's now 2-3 stacks of the Thananophobia, which is going to give you 15% slowdown. We also saw the Pop Goes the Weasel, which gives you 25% regression for every single hook. So even though we had the one kick there, that 25%, Osaka now armed with another 25% regression with hook number 2.
And all of this,
Oh,
before our corrupt intervention goes on and before we see our first gen pop, all of our survivors are injured.
No, tell me you want to Pokos without telling me you want to Pokos swinging slow lane at a window here. But we are going to see doubling back onto our hook, able to get the hit onto CPJ here. That is now going to be a third hook state, still here in the middle of our map. Yet to see generator number 1 pop. So that means right now Osaka with a whole bunch of pressure going to be coming back over here, finding the Clinton by the long wall, getting the down over here before we see the unhook. Yo, Osaka, chill, dog.
Osaka coming out fucking swinging. He's like, if I'm going to get a 4K at 5 gens, it's going to be right the fuck now.
Yeah, I mean, Deathwish wanting to put the pedal down to the... Oh, okay, I see you. We got the sky blight going on.
Oh, God.
Coming across the map here, able to get the hit onto Super Aranova as they go for the unhook here. That does mean that we have got a downed survivor as well as 3 injured survivors. So if we happen to have anybody working on the gen, it is going to be working 20% slower. Nice play by Osaka around the pallet. Yo, Osaka is not playing.
I'm sweating. This is intense.
I feel like Osaka is taking it personally that, you know, like he may not have been on that Killer of the Year list or may not have won that Killer of the Year. Like, he over here like, hey, yo, you better put some respect on my name.
For real.
Oh my God.
I'm not on the kill list, and you're telling me that these are the survivors that have gotten the Survivor Crew of the Year? No. Let me come out here and let me show y'all what it's all about. That's an elimination. 4 hook states, and we have still yet to see a second generator pop.
We have seen 1 gen pop for an elimination this early on. Osaka is like, I don't need an award to know I'm good. Let me just show you what I've got.
And this is going to be, get stunned, stupid, says Midas here. And Midas is saying, yo, I think you should be the one that's trusting the Midas touch, going around the pallet space here. And is this going to be a down, though? Osaka says it buys you a little bit of time, but not that much.
Oh my God, this is insane Blight gameplay from Osaka. About what you want to see, honestly, if Deathwish wants to take this set. Very, very precise swings. Osaka not wasting any time on getting those health states back down, even though we saw the reset.
Yeah, and that is now going to be Super Aranova with the injury, and it does look like that is Super Aranova that we're continuing to track through the jungle gym. It is going to get the pallet down in time, but not going to be able to get the stun. So, of course, with the Blythe's ability to be able to just break those gens while in the rush, that is going to result in minimal distance being built. Now, Super Aranova going onto the ground here as well. This is going to be another middle hook here. That looks like 1, 2, 3. Hook state number 6 here, as we have only seen 1 generator pop. We haven't even seen a save coming yet. Instead, what we're seeing is our team feeling the pressure here, and Demise realizing that they need to get those very precious points. So instead, committing to generator number 2 all the way across the map.
However, now it is up to Ultra to go ahead and get these 2 unhooks. Luckily, Osaka decided to give them a little leniency and stop to pop that generator 4th pop run out. But this is I'm uncomfortable watching this.
Oh, and gets Midas down right back down onto our ground here. And now going to be seeing the Shack pallet getting thrown here, and it is going to see Osaka working back around through the, oh my goodness, talk about just having the control and the precision while in those lethal rushes to navigate the Shack, which we do see sometimes even still be a little bit of a challenge for our most, oh my goodness, tuned out Blythe. That is now 2 survivors down on the ground. Super Aranova needs to rotate over to pick up Midas, but keep in mind this is going to be Osaka rotating the survivor that's on their shoulder over to about the same spot where they were down.
And that is, I think, the last fresh hook of the game. I was surprised someone still hadn't been hooked yet, but woo, just some really spicy Blight gameplay from Osaka. Exactly what you want to see from a Blight. 2 eliminations down. Our last 2 survivors are still injured, and we've only finished 2 generators. 2 is the number of the day, I guess.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing plus 10 wood added to the face yet again here by Super Aaron. I do like this play here, though. You're going to go for Ultra, knowing that they have the additional hook state since they were just on Fresho, because you do know as soon as you hook Super Aaron Nova, that will be moving things towards the end here. And you don't want there to still be a potential hatch play, because Osaka has worked this hard to be able to minimize the points for Demise. You're seeing the score up in that top left-hand corner of your screen. Deathwish has just been able to extend this lead out to over 20 points here. And now with the down, as long as you can secure your slugs, you're talking about extending the lead even more so here. That is going to be the elimination onto Osaka here. Now all you got to do is locate your slug, but it looks like Ultra actually hasn't moved anywhere here. And you know, chat, I'm not sure what resolution y'all are watching this in, but this does indeed look like a 4K to me.
At 3 gens, no less. A very intense Blight gameplay. I don't know if this is us waiting out a potential decisive strike.
I'd imagine so.
I would have also imagined so. Oh my god.
I know it's there's like just there's no words, right? When you see someone killer come out here, whether it's on a hyper mobile killer like this, or even we've seen some impressive performances on some Billies, some Huntresses. Sometimes there's just the performances that just come around and get your jaw to drop. Now we're looking at Osaka here. If I am not mistaken, does that give us a decision for this set before going into trial number 4?
It does. We're going into set 3, guaranteed at this point. We have Osaka here giving us the old Thanos gauntlet. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Listen. I have a point that I need to make, but I'm gonna wait until we're back on the cameras. Okay. Because we are going into set number 3 here. Now, are we going to be playing out a 4th trial in this second set, or are we just going to be having them burn a pick, or what are we doing here?
Trapper's been burned.
So, okay.
So yeah, Trapper's been burned, so we'll actually just be skipping right into the 3rd set.
Can you do me a favor, Vader?
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor? Can you flip me over to the other one? I need my face to be a
The
little
big
bit bigger
face?
here.
You need the
I
big
need the
face?
big face.
All right, let's go. Let's bring it in close.
I was asked about my thoughts about heading, you know, what I would like to see for the results. And I had seen some comments in chat about the commentator's curse. And all I have to say is, seen that? Yeah. Still going to be seeing a set 3. So we're going to go ahead and zip it, and we're going to go ahead and enjoy some amazing competitive DVD. Sound good?
Now, hold on, though. Because the commentator's curse, right? You were saying you hoped that that Demise went ahead and took care of business so you could get some sleep before the early morning tomorrow.
I know.
Right?
What I am saying is I worked out the commentator's curves perfectly, where I gave us what we wanted.
Okay.
All
right. Because I was gonna say you successfully cursed. My goodness, Shep. What? Shep, you still look
okay
speechless. Are you all right?
Oh, I'm looking the wrong way. This way.
Are you good?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. No, that was
Hey, so
really, really good play.
I know the perk is banned, but Shep is starstruck over here. All right, starstruck.
Negative 10 points Deathwish for using banned perks.
Does
Man,
it count
talk
if it's on the
about,
S?
I mean, got me feeling a little something there.
That was an impressive performance, though. Talking about, I mean, if there was a clinic of how to play Blight, I mean, that was it right there.
Without a doubt. Like that was amazing gameplay for sure. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and you know, some people are commenting on the fact that Dying Light was brought there, right? But if you looked at the whole build, there was Thana, there was Dying Light, there was Corrupt, and Pop.
Mm-hmm.
Osaka has such faith in Chase that Osaka just wants as much slowdown as possible without any chance of getting rid of the slowdown. So it makes sense. Don't bring Ruin. Don't necessarily bring Deadlock because you don't want them finishing gens, you know?
Right.
You bring Dying Light, you bring Thana, and you make sure everybody's injured.
Honestly, Dying Light is a perk I've seen quite a bit, actually. Not necessarily on Blight alone, but I have seen it used on a number of killers in a comp setting, so I'm not super surprised to see it here.
Yeah, we're sometimes seeing it come across as to like guarantee like yourself another slowdown because we see often, right? Like, yeah, sometimes when you come in with the ruin, it can last 4 to 5 minutes and it gives you big value, but sometimes it lasts 45 seconds and it gets you next to none. Whereas at least throughout the Dying Light, it gives you more value as as it progresses, right?
For sure, for sure. Well, as this is the break of set 2 being over and us being tied 1-1, let's go ahead and real quick go to a be right back so I can switch some assets over for you guys, and we'll be back with an updated scorecard as well as updated map video. It'll be great. All right, guys, we're back. We're ready for set number 3, the final set of the final verdict. Once again, I am your judge, Judge Vader. I am joined by Counselor Q and Counselor Shep, if I knew which way to point.
I'm somewhere. Hello.
So we you know what? We had a qualifier tournament, 2 weeks of preseason, 12 weeks of regular season, the playoffs, and then now 2 sets to get here to the last and final set. It all comes down to this, and we're going to be going to a map that I feel like gives us quite a bit of consistency when it comes to comp DBD, right? Wouldn't you agree, Vader?
I would wholeheartedly agree. For those that don't know, the map we will be going to today is going to be Azrov's resting place, as seen here. So definitely it is going to be a very good map choice.
So I feel like here it's going to be interesting. I know I had talked about it offline, but I wanted to bring it up now that we're back live here. Thanks to Deathwish, having a very good performance and ending set number 2 here before trial number 4, which meant that our killer from Demise was actually able to burn a killer. So instead of, I don't know, matching a blight for blight, whereas Deathwish, when it comes to S tiers, only has the spirit available in the 3rd and decisive set, Demise does still have not only the spirit but the blight as well.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna be tough to overcome for Deathwish, but I think they knew that going into here. And I mean, we saw in chat Dark saying, "Hey, we still have Plague advantage, right? Because they haven't brought Plague yet, and Plague on ARP is a force."
ARP is a very nice map for Plague, so it'll be interesting. This might have been a little calculated there.
Either way, it should be pretty interesting. Our survivors look to be getting ready here. Let me give you a little peeky. Ooh. So it shouldn't be long before we get into it.
So Deathwish starting on the killer side here for this set here.
Yep.
And they are the one with only one S tier. So Shep, I have a question for you.
Hit me with the boss.
For you. If you were the killer here, would you opt to bring the S tier in trial 1, or do you save it for trial 4?
That's a hard. I think I save it for trial 4. If you can get a good start with your first killer and then have 2 really good survivor trials, then you're using spirit as cleanup. But if any one of those trials is a weaker performance for any reason, you're gonna want to have that in your back pocket to clean up with. So I think you save it for last.
Vader?
I could not agree more. I was over here just like the entire time. I couldn't contain myself. I was over here like, use it now? And then go ahead and show your entire hand. Bro, have you ever played poker? Do you go ahead and show your hand before you even know what's out there in like Texas Hold'em? No, you don't. Nah.
Poker was like my favorite game to play in high school.
Yeah? All right. So are you showing your hand early? Nah. You say.
Oh, you said poker. Oh.
Good
Gotta
Lord.
leave.
Good Lord.
I can't.
Come back.
I love it though. Oh, you said poker. You said, my Lord. All right. Well, we're almost set. Shep, have you recovered?
I'm just emotionally traumatized. It's fine. We're good. We're good.
Emotional damage.
I left that door open for you guys, and I'm very glad you went through it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, definitely. If you leave the door open, we're gonna, yeah, we'll be there.
Hey, you let rats in.
What? So are you calling us dirty rats?
No, never.
Okay, cool. 'Cause I'm a very clean rat, yo. But
Yeah, I was gonna say, no one said dirty.
yeah, I'm still a rat, but I mean, like, I'm a clean rat.
Yeah, rats are very clean animals,
Man,
actually.
don't
They're
give me-
great pets.
Hey, you know what? No. I heard that in my ear. And don't you jump on his side. Remind me what started the Black Plague?
Please, actually.
Yeah, fleas.
Please.
But
Yes,
they
please.
were on.
I mean, they were on rats,
Okay.
but they were on the dirty rats. I said I'm a clean rat. All right.
Oh, okay. See, I missed that clarification.
Yeah. So like there were the clean rats, and then there were the dirty rats. That's why, like, when you meet somebody really bad and you dirty rat. Yeah, no. That's like the baddest of the bad of the rats, all right? So like the clean rats are the ones that ain't out there spreading COVID. Yeah. I'm a clean rat. Be a clean rat, yo. Yeah. On that note, I'm gonna go ahead and turn the webcam off. Because we got a game to get to here real shortly. All of the survivors have confirmed. We are all set to go, and I am ready to be in the spectator role. So who do you think we see here? If not an S tier, who do we see? Q.
I feel like it's cheating because we saw it in chat. But if we don't see the S tier right away, I think it's Plague. And I know we had talked about them doing the mirror matches before, but Plague makes more sense on ARP.
I think so, too.
All right.
I mean, and also, at this point, I don't think we're going to be seeing mirror matches anymore. That was, I think, first set only.
I would agree. I think after the first set, when Deathwish went, oh, geez, we better bring out the A game right here. Otherwise, we gonna be going home. That's where we're not seeing that, right? For sure, though, guys, let's go ahead and review some killer rules yet again. How are our killers scoring points in set 3? Well, it's the same as in set 1 and 2. It's by getting those valuable hook states. As you notice, they are backloaded hooks, so the death hook is worth more than the first or second hook. Progressions are worth 1 less point, but the 7th and 8th progression do award 1 point each additionally to prevent point starving. A 4K would award 2 additional points as well, and an entity kill, such as the endgame collapse, would award the corresponding hook plus the progressions. Bleed out would award 0 points, so that would leave 30 points on the table for our killer. And let's go ahead and get into this match.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a trip back into the fog. And, I feel like this is the first time I think we can all say we were right? I think we all were kind of in a solid agreement that Plague made a lot more sense on ARP here. We are going to be seeing the corrupt intervention as well as 3 mystery perks here at this point. You'll also notice in the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to be seeing that same combo of add-ons that we had seen over on the Rancid Abattoir with the amulet as well as the yellow apple here. Osaka, of course, starting off the trial by puking on the gens that are up on the top side, noting that there's also a 4 gen up there, which is kind of nice, and is going to be working their way slowly across the 50 here, trying to see if you can catch anyone trying to slip past to start working on those gens.
Although this wouldn't be the first time if some of our survivors spawn down by where Plague is. That wouldn't be the first time I've seen it happen. We do, however, find a survivor in our corrupt zone. Not the place you really want to be caught at.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at least the good news, though, for you for the survivor is if you can take the aggro for a little while here, if you were able to keep it, I should say, as we see Osaka actually playing very, very smart and coming back towards the top side. But if you've been able to maintain the aggro, you could have let your team slip back behind and come over here and start attacking this 4-gen that, if I had to guess, our survivors don't quite yet know about. And if that is the case, we may actually be seeing our survivors here. Oh, nope. There's actually some progress on this gen over our left shoulder here. I was going to say might be going with the throwback strategy of waiting out Corrupt, but instead we do see one survivor pass. Now back here at Shack Pallet. Going to be thrown relatively quickly. This is going to be GPU now moving back towards the top side of the map.
Definitely trying to pull pressure away from where we have our gens uncorrupted. However, Corrupted Avenger has just fallen, so that means our survivors, if Ultra stayed in the area, will be able to get started on those top 3 generators.
Yeah, now at this point, I mean, it looks just we're seeing Osaka. I think this is going to be just Osaka wanting to try and set the pace here with a very nice, strong trial number 1. And I'm sure part of that is understanding the importance of trial number 1 here, setting the pace on both sides. Because if you can take a little bit of the momentum away from Demise, I mean, honestly, momentum really being on your side after the very strong Blight game. So if you can take more wind out of their sails by getting 3, maybe even a 4K here on the Plague, that would actually be huge. Now getting an infection started as far as onto Q-Top here, who did say that they might be making an appearance. So here they are on Azarov's resting place. 2 stacks of the Thanatophobia thus far, getting close to having a 3rd stack thanks to a continued bile purge as far as getting the infection. They're going to be able to make the window here at the TNL wall though, just in time.
Oh, but the vault back might have been disastrous for Q-Top there as he goes down the broken status, aiding Osaka there in getting that first down. This is a longer time than it's taken in previous trials, however, to see that first down, though.
Yeah, that is true, but keep in mind, it did look like our survivors were doing more of the waiting out the corrupt strategy, right? So even though it may have taken a little bit longer, I would imagine that the amount of progress on the gens, especially on this corrupt side of the map, probably reflects that. I mean, that's going to be generator number 1. And the first generator that's done is one that was over on the corrupt side of the map. So it was at least 47 seconds on top of the 2 minutes that it took for it to be uncorrupted. So that's going to be big. Using the Vile Purge here, though, to try and go after the unhook. That Super Aeronova going to be taking the health state change now, rotating back towards this top side of the map, going by the 4 lane here, going to at least be able to make it towards our next tile. And this is going to be big because Osaka did lose track as far as Q-Top if we were going to be going for the tunnel out and is not going to be trading a 1-for-1 in exchange for it.
Yeah, definitely really good to get Q-Top out of there. You don't want to see anyone getting tunneled out at this point in the game. And actually, it looks like we also lost Aaron there. So we see some scratch marks where we're unable to track down another survivor. And it looks like our survivors are going to try and wait out the duration of this corrupt purge.
Yeah, we did see trying to go from distance over here, trying to get the health state, or get the down actually, because I think this is an injured survivor. I believe this is the Quentin here, if I'm not mistaken. Quentin has been doing a good job of keeping their body hidden from Osaka, so it's not able, it's been hard to confirm, but yeah, you can hear him there at this point. This is actually going to be Ultra working around. This is good though. This is taking some time away from Osaka, far away from that 4 gen that is over on the Shack side, which would be important for our survivors to be trying to break up right now.
Yeah, definitely you're hoping to see some progress going on down there. Hopefully a gen popping soon, which would be a pretty good distribution of pressure then for our survivors. And we do see that gen down there popping. So we still have a 3 gen on this side, but I would assume that our survivors are well aware of it and have probably put quite a bit of progress down on another gen down here as well.
Yeah, this does actually look like this is Q-Top here on the back side of the Shack, and you had talked about they probably still have been maintaining pressure on. Oh, good job with the body block here. Don't know if you're going to be able to get full infection. Oh, but another very good body block here.
No.
And the down here as well. You might even have Nancy close enough, so you might be able to at least get a. What? There we go. Now you're at least able to get your second. I was gonna say, I thought she made the noise there, but again, you think
the body block. Oh my goodness. A good dead heart to keep herself on her feet. Whoa, GPU just kind of juicing a little bit, but unfortunately he will go down. That is GPU and Q-Top down to one on top of the other here after a very good run from
Oh
no. Not
This is a
like
basement
this.
hook. And imagine if our other survivor over there, if GPU isn't building distance away from this basement right now, this could be 2 basement hooks over here, still with the 3-gen intact as well over here on this side of the map. However, with seeing the Nancy rotating up onto the hill here, I honestly wouldn't be surprised to go ahead and utilize this hook. That way you can't save both survivors at the same time, right?
Definitely make it a little bit harder to get them unhooked there. And of course, everyone is either infected or on their way to being infected. So we might see a cleanse here to try to pull these guys out of the basement. But that's just going to give Osaka more access to his power.
Yeah, the only problem though you'll see as we look around the we often see on ARP where teams will, play themselves into a 3 or a 4-gen situation on one side of the map or the other, and then use the other side as kind of a point of a reset, right? But what we're seeing here is all of the pools on the other side of the map have actually already been used. So if our team's wanting to cleanse, they're actually giving Osaka access to those pools closer and closer to the 3-gen that we're currently trying to protect. And oh my goodness, another 2 down. Osaka has come to play tonight.
Oh my goodness. And we do see, unfortunately, Q-Top sacrificed down in the basement there, but that is so unfortunate here. And honestly, I mean, Osaka doesn't really need to put Ultra on the hook just yet. He's got 1 down, 1 on the hook, and that's gonna force GPU to have to respond.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of confused. And the reason I'm going to say that I'm kind of confused. Now, first off, Osaka's doing his thing. Let him, you do you, boo-boo. I'm sure you've got this under control. The reason that I am confused, though, is when we had picked up our survivor that is on the ground, Ultra, we did not have to worry about a decisive strike. We didn't have anything there. And we saw that there was a hook back behind the currently hooked survivor. And we know that just recently, the 4th gen that popped was all the way across the map. So I feel like we had the time in order to secure that hook, have the 2 hooks back to back, and not have to worry about a save here. I'm kind of intrigued by the decision making.
I think he's worried about a deliverance there from Super Aaron Nova.
Brilliant. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah, that gen was almost ready to go, right? And the last thing you want is you are almost to that other hook with the other survivor, and all of a sudden the 5th gen pops.
Right. And then who knows, maybe well, I guess you wouldn't be able to have a adrenaline value really because everyone's broken, so you wouldn't be able to get as far as with that. But yeah, that definitely makes more sense. So now that you're talking there, we do see some scratch marks across the way though. And it looks like that was going to be getting our friend there across the way. It does look like though this is going to be Super Aaron Nova getting sacrificed while we also continue to watch just the natural regression after the dry kick onto that gen there at the broken truck.
And that's so unfortunate. That was so much progress on that gen that will now be lost. Fortunately, we were able to get Ultra back up on his feet after that disastrous down there. Oh no. Well.
Yeah, this is tough. However, I think I had also heard the Nancy somewhere close. I thought I had heard might be full sending on this gen. There is going to be the cleanse. That cleanse is going to be at least somewhere relatively close. Actually, I think that was the one back behind Shaq, right? Because we had used that corrupt pool earlier.
I believe you're correct there, yes.
Oh man, so that is now hook state number 2 here onto Ultra. Now going to be seeing Osaka here picking up this corrupt pool as well, and this will allow Osaka to pretty well guarantee themselves having use of the corrupt purge throughout the entirety of this hook state.
I see Osaka going up mid here, but I don't think that's where GPU went. We saw the scratch marks come up this way. I think GPU did that just to try to get to that gen on the other side. Nope, never mind. Ultra goes ahead and dies on hook. I think I was wrong. GPU's trying to make a hatch play.
I think at this point, this is maybe the best scenario for Demise here. I mean, that's a pretty steep point lead. Uh-oh, we found some scratch marks, and we're still quite a bit into our power. So this could be really disastrous if GPU isn't careful.
Yeah, but we've already covered a decent portion of the map since the sacrifice came in. So unless the hatch is back up in that like top right portion of the map, we have a little bit of a leg up trying to find it here. Actually be able to make the vault. That was actually rather impressive by GPU. Not hearing it thus far though, and that does mean this is now going to be the down onto GPU using the power, and this is going to be wrapping. Oh, that's a little bit of. Oh no, you should be able to make that. You should be fine.
I was gonna say, ooh, this is pretty sticky, but it looks like we do have this hook still on the hill, so that will be Osaka confirming the 4K.
4K with Jen still remaining here too. That's important because we talked about heading into this trial that Demise with an S still has 2 S tiers available, right? So to come out on a Plague, a non-S tier killer, and still put up comparable results, honestly, I feel like that still continues to put the pressure onto Demise, because I feel like Deathwish is probably going to be coming out here on the Survivor side with a whole bunch of momentum. Would you agree, Vader?
Yeah, I would definitely agree. This, honestly, there was a lot of pressure put down there, and this, what? It got me to say that Deadlock was good?
No, I got you to say agreed. Voluntarily.
I mean, you know, I wouldn't say that you always have bad ideas, okay, friendo? But yeah, I honestly, I think that these both these teams have done excellent so far, but this is not looking super great for Demise. They need to bring it back right here. So I hope Ultra is coming out with a S tier right here to go ahead and bring it back. Otherwise, all of the momentum that Demise had really early on into this match, it's looking like it's kind of been snatched, and it's looking like it's going to be really difficult to snatch it back. But for sure, we do also have one more award to go over.
Awards?
Awards, indeed.
I love awards.
So the last award
His statements in your DM.
is for the MVP of the entire season.
Ooh, can we get some hashtag MVPs in chat maybe while we're talking about it here?
Yeah, get the drum roll, the hashtag MVP. Let's go ahead and get it. Come on, guys.
I would like to say, you know, to start the chant, but we're not allowed to have nice things on Twitch. So
No nice things allowed.
Is there a rule
they
against
took away the chant feature.
Oh,
That was in beta. They said that they're having too many problems with it, even though they had a whole bunch of great features to it. You know, a couple bad apples spoil it for the bunch. You know how it goes.
you know, ain't that the truth?
Truth though.
Yep, it's true though.
I mean, you could even look across like the DBD community and the perception of comp, right? Because we know, I mean, we here at Vios, we know that like the comp community is actually like dope as shit, and it's a bunch of people who just enjoy kind of playing the game in a way that's more fair compared to just having 4 people being able to play the same 4 perks, you know, against someone playing against all meta perks. And you know, it's that's the kind of thing, is it's people who generally are tending to be more laid back, but have this perception in the general perception of the community that they're like the most sweaty people, right?
Wait. You mean that us playing the game the way we do is more fair than people all running like the same decisive, dead hard, unbreakable, prove thyself, and then complaining that you're running meta perks if you're their killer?
Yeah. You know, that one.
Oh,
It's interesting, huh?
that's kind of weird. You know, weird flex, but okay. But yeah, we do have our MVP award up for grabs here, and the nominations were Solar Blazer, Ultra, The Lonely Moth, Slow Galio, Joy King, and Osaka. So,
And Osaka's been putting on a display of why they deserve to be nominated. I mean, honestly, you can say the same thing for Ultra too.
I mean, for sure. Both of them are here, of course, in the final verdict, and both of them have done amazing thus far, right? It is kind of nuts, though. We actually have Slow Galio winning the entire thing for MVP of the entire season. Q, what do you think about that?
I think that shows the type of I would say one shows the impressive depth that we have in our league to have two people who've been showing so much talent today that were both nominated, that are both playing for the championship in both Osaka and Ultra, both being people who've already also won other awards, right? And even Solar Blazer was on the list too, who also won an award.
Yeah.
But I think what this also shows is it's not always necessarily the killer main for the team that's the MVP, right? I think what was kind of taken into consideration, Slow plays a lot of killer for his team, but also tends to be taking a lot of kind of the control in as far as on the survivor side. And they're definitely, you can tell there's a difference in the way things seem to operate when Slow's not there.
Yeah, I would agree that it was a drastic difference between when Slow was there and when Slow wasn't. And I actually have a statement from Slow. You ready for it? Everybody ready?
Yep.
It's a good one.
Just don't read it too fast.
Oh, I see what you did there. Okay. I got you, buddy.
I figured since Shep was away, I could throw in an extra one or two and we'd be fine. You know
I mean, yeah, for sure. I was noticing the chair was empty. So yeah. So
I didn't want Mom getting mad at us. I figured we've already, thrown her enough curveballs tonight.
So that means that we just have to continue the dad jokes now while there's just two dads at the chair.
True.
Mom's not here, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's right. It's Dad's house now. All right. All right.
Means we get to have Pepsi tonight.
Oh yes. I'm more of a Coke guy myself, though.
I mean, I tried Coke once, but I'll tell you what, the ice cubes really froze my nose.
The ice cube.
All
I
right.
really don't like it.
I meant Coca-Cola, but
No, we said ice cubes. The ice cubes from the Coke.
Okay. You don't
like
have to have it with ice.
Those ice cube. Yeah, exactly.
You do you do. It has to be super cold.
Well, it can be cold without ice.
You could put it in the refrigerator. You ever tried that?
You ever tried these? Don't even come at me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not just saying. But yeah, hey, so Slow went ahead and gave us this statement when told he had the MVP. He says, "I'm honored and proud to be chosen as the most valuable player of Vigo's Court Season 2. I had the pleasure of playing for Monarchy this season as their main killer, as well as occasionally on their survivor roster. Unfortunately, the run with Monarchy ends here because the team disbanded and we didn't make it past the semifinals. But I still enjoyed the time I had with them while it lasted. A huge thank you to the producers, casters, and administrators of Vigo's Court for hosting a great and fun league. As I said, I've had a great pleasure of playing this season, and I'm hoping to introduce my coaching team, the Ruby Wolves, in Season 3.
Ooh, exciting. So kind of maybe seeing Slow kind of moving into the role that we had seen Wispy do with the Arctic Wolves, might be seeing Slow doing with the Ruby Wolves next season. And from somebody who has seen a couple of matches from the Ruby Wolves thus far and some comp DVD elsewhere, I think they'll be able to make some noise. I look forward to it.
Yeah, honestly, me too. I think that would be super cool to go ahead and see another team come in. Wait, would that mean we would have Arctic Wolves and Ruby Wolves? What? Who knows?
Did we get confirmed that we were having Arctic Wolves back in?
Yeah. Little birdie in my ear is telling me yes, that we are getting Arctic Wolves and Ruby Wolves. So, I That's gonna be interesting. Maybe a little Wolfpack rivalry starting here.
I mean, kind of like we saw with Demise and Demise.
Yeah.
This year.
Yeah. So I think that'll be really fun to go ahead and watch in season 3. I love that we're already having some of these narratives kind of come up, you know?
Yeah, agreed 100%. And, we're getting ready for trial number 2 here. Demise in a little bit of a hole here, down 19 points. We saw the Plague come out. We know that Demise has availability both of the S tiers other than the Twins. So, Shep, who do you think we're going to see here? Oh,
hey, Shep, I think you're muted.
Possibly?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So who?
I'm just gonna die. Spirit.
Let's go.
I'm gonna go through all justification. Spirit.
I think we see Blight here. I'm gonna call Blight first, then maybe a Spirit, because I think you have to answer with a 4K here.
Blight's got some weird collision on this map. This is actually not the friendliest map for Blight.
Oh, that's true. All right, so first in definitely for survivor points here, the gens are important. So we will see, of course, Deathwish try to finish as many as possible. What? I can't spectate the match though. I'm wondering if somebody DC'd in the lobby.
Yeah, usually that's the result of that. I know we've been seeing a couple of disconnects even when everybody's still in the lobby from time to time here recently. That is going to be unfortunate here. Let's go ahead and press continue. Check on back here. Oh no.
That's not what you want to hear.
Vader, are you gonna tell him?
I'm gonna tell him. So let me bring it in close.
Come on, bring it in, come on.
Guys, we've got our first penalty of the match in the court. Order in the court. On this day, we were brought to the wrong map, and that is a result of -5 points to Demise. That will take effect immediately. It is done.
So that brings the score to 25-1. So again, I can't help but ask, with the new changes here after the 5-point penalty, Shep, do you still bring out Spirit here, or do you bring out the Blight and then assess the situation after trial 2 and figure out what your best move is going into trial 3?
I think you still bring out Spirit here. So I've seen Blight played on this map quite a bit recently, and honestly, Blight kind of struggles here. So I think if you need a really strong showing, I think we're gonna see them start with Spirit. But that is really unfortunate. That is a huge deficit there. Very unfortunate.
Honestly, you have to have a 3K here. Pretty much.
At least.
Like you've guaranteed you need a 3K here. If you don't get a 3K,
I mean, you need a 3K
yikes.
with like 10 hooks at least. Probably 11 because you don't even want to get that extra bonus point for escaping.
Do you really want Osaka coming back out on Killer? Is like, Osaka's gonna have to, right? But Osaka's like, I'm sure Osaka's confidence is way up there right now. Like, hey, yo, I basically 4K'd these guys 3 matches in a row. I'm feeling good. I got their number. So if you are Demise right now, you are going, we absolutely need to have at least a 3K, most likely a 4K, because we just shot ourselves in the foot with that penalty. It is a tough spot to be in, 100%.
This is I gotta be honest. That hurts me a little bit. Seeing the 5-point penalty, we talk about momentum often, right? And it looked like Demise with an S.
Gotta get
Came
it
out
right.
on a really good foot, right? You took the first set in pretty convincing fashion, quite honestly. But now momentum, I would say, very firmly in Deathwish's favor, and that's with them already feeling good by just being here after taking over a slot like we had talked about that probably, quite honestly, shouldn't have even made the playoffs, and they're here in the championship. This is,
I mean,
it's storybook, you know?
it really is. It is the Cinderella story, isn't it? What's crazy though, our staff is really good at like making sure, hey, confirm everything's right. Are you guys good? Like, we're not gonna get out of the killer spot until you guys tell us that you have checked all your I's, crossed your T's, like make sure everything's good. And so for sure, like if the team say, yeah, everything's right, and then they load in and go, ah, shoot. So you see what had happened was,
Right.
that's where that penalty happens, similar to where you see like a false start in football or a personal foul in basketball. It's like, yeah, you made a mistake, but yeah, it has a consequence.
False start,
for
10
sure,
yards back. Let's go.
so bad. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into this match. Oh, and Shep, you were right.
Being right.
Take
And I
another-
love seeing Spirit.
Ooh, they're gonna take a trip into the fog here. The Spirit has come out, and we are going to be seeing Corrupt and 3 mystery perks here. Moving back here on the bottom side of the map, we are going to be seeing, like we saw last on ARP, a 4-gen setup, but this time the 4-gen being across on the top side. Not quite as tight of a 4-gen as we had seen last time, but this middle gen that sometimes floats between those 3 tiles here is on this tile closest to our main building over here.
Yeah, still a pretty gross gen spread for our survivors here. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, this is kind of what Ultra wants, really, to lock down this 4-gen up here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is what you really want to do. I mean, oh, and you get yourself a Nia here relatively quick. That's going to be an M1 here on this portion of the map. The last thing that you would want to see is a hook deep into your 3-gen, almost call it a 4-gen. Also going to be seeing moving into the main building. Oh,
Ooh, that's a tasty hit.
now there's going to be a
I will note that was lucky break we saw. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but that was no blood. That was no scratch mark. Spirit was left like, what the, where'd you go?
And we're going to see rotating this hook a little bit more towards the middle, which I must say kind of intriguing here. I know it obviously gets you closer to putting pressure on this middle gen, gets you a little bit closer towards the bottom side over there of the map if you were wanting to try and push across to get towards some more or get towards the pressure on the gens itself. We're now going to be seeing the save. We assume the borrowed time, now counting it out. Not sure if we're going to be getting to the pallet time in Spine. Yeah, actually a little bit of borrowed time left. That is going to be a borrowed time hit. Now onto Swarma, who's retreating back towards Shaq.
Very unfortunate that we couldn't get our down here, but Ultra will be able to track our Nea down regardless and get Shawarma down at the shack with a nasty hit.
Yeah, getting that in really quickly here. This is going to be a very quick second hook. Not sure if we're going to be seeing generator number 2 in exchange for. We do see Ultra is going to be trying to rotate to the middle here. Not going to be able to interrupt the generator, and that is going to be Gen 2 popping. That also is the generator that breaks up the 4-gen that you did have over here as well.
Very calculated on Shawarma's part to go ahead and pull Ultra away from that 4-gen as best he could. Ooh.
This is going to be tough here. Getting the M1 onto Barson means it's probably not going to be a single person moving in for the save. Also, now finding Shrimp over here as well. Shrimp is going to drop that pallet relatively quick to try to avoid the M1. Now going to be seeing the phase walk coming out here from Ultra really needing to start compounding down some pressure here to kind of keep up with the momentum, because you've seen that as far as the middle gen getting complete, they might be completing another one of the gens over here on your 3-gen side, which would then leave you with 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom. We are going to be seeing 2 survivors coming in, able to get the save on Shawarma before the death stage comes across as well.
However, that is all survivors injured, so all Ultra needs here is a really good phase. Oh, that's tragic.
Oh no, and counting down the last couple seconds in case there's any borrowed time. We did not see the decisive strike last time. Not sure if maybe we were trying to hide it. Nope, no decisive strike here. That is now going to be a 3v1 with only 2 gens complete. Now seeing Ultra going to go into that phase walk back up to the top side of the map here to try and make sure that you still have your 3-gen intact. And also, you have been able to find the reset locations. Barson's not quite reset. You're also going to be getting a pop goes the weasel kick over here as well.
And this could be a nice place for Ultra to start gaining a little bit more momentum. We do, of course, have our injured survivor back in this tile here. Oh, and this could be really sticky.
Ooh, but we do see now moving back towards the main building. Keep in mind, we had already seen the down back here at main earlier. Nice dead hard for distance and not going to be able to get the connection is Ultra. We still have 3 fresh survivors throughout the trial here as we see generator number 3 getting complete. However, this is now going to be a down onto Barsons. You also still have your 3-gen intact over here. This is a 3v1, and if you can get a hook back deep buried behind in the backside of your 3-gen, I mean, honestly, Ultra going to be in so much control.
Yeah, definitely setting himself up for a nice comeback here. Going to go ahead and put our survivor Barson back on this hook next to our gen that is the furthest point of our 3-gen on top.
It is worth noting, however, the last time we had seen a generator complete, the deadlock did cover up a gen on this side of our map. I believe it is the one that is out front of main building. We also see about a full piston on this generator here before the kick there as well. That is going to give it that 25% regression. Not sure if maybe Ultra had lost tabs on it, the one over by Pride Rock that had gotten covered up by the deadlock, because I feel like that could have been a generator that was more in need of the 25% regression, but now at this point is going to be going over here to the bottom side of the map.
And we do see some survivors working on that generator there, and a deliverance from Barson, actually.
And that's going to be big here, because that means one less survivor that needed to get off of a gen in order to come over here and get this unhooked. There's going to be generator number 4 coming in. The generator actually wasn't behind, is that the one that's getting covered up by deadlock here is the one back behind main building over here, back basically at the 1 position. Now going to be seeing the swing and the miss, though. We are going to be seeing our ace probably just trying to pull as far away from that gen as possible. That way whoever is close can basically, I would imagine that thing's probably is pretty close. It's going to need a couple of touches once it's uncovered.
Yeah, I would assume that much as well, and we will see that deadlock coming down. And I think Ultra's is going to wait out its decisive strike here and try to confirm this hook.
Yeah, at this point, especially with the deliverance, we see it often paired with the decisive strike. So we were going to be using that broken status as a good marker as far as when it is safe to pick it up. That way you don't have to worry about the D. This is going to be another hook, though, that is relatively close to your 3-gen here, which will allow Ultra to put Barsons up on the hook, rotating over. Is finding Adam on the gen by Pride Rock, which is interesting. I'm wondering if this might be a little bit of a distraction, as the generator that was in the far back is the one that was most progressed, maybe trying to bait the pop goes the weasel kick onto the generator that is not the furthest progressed by showing Adam working on this one here. We do see, though, Ultra going back up onto Pride Rock, looking around, trying to find some scratch marks. Has about 15 seconds to deliver the pop goes the weasel kick, if that's what Ultra chooses to do. Otherwise, probably just going to be looking for a down.
We do have quite a bit of progress on this generator over here. Ooh, nice read from Ultra there to go ahead and put the injured state down on Shrimp.
That is now going to be 2 survivors, both injured in the trial. Now going to be able to find Shrimp during the phase walk here. That is going to be big here, and that is going to be Shrimp's fresh hook here, which is going to be big. We're continuing to spread that pressure all the way around. Right now, the last person that you would like to also still find is Dark, to make sure that you were spreading that pressure completely. Also trying to limit the ability of our team here from Deathwish to be able to get any sort of additional points if they complete a 5th gen and get out, by making sure no one has any more than 1 hook state available. We're seeing a bunch of progress on this gen. However, we've already used our pop kick, so that's just going to be a dry kick. That is tough.
We do see a Dark lurking on that hill, trying to get that gen done. Unfortunately, showed his face a little too soon.
And we saw a good use as far as the shift tech, as far as through the main building itself. We do see a ace that was trying to come in and stop the progression, throwing down the pallet here at the 4 lane. We are going to see some mind games from Ultra here. 4 pistons pumping on this generator. This would be big because it's already getting the 5th gen done would already be putting you ahead of as far as what we saw Demise do in set number 1, and especially if you can even get yourself a survivor or 2 out the door, it continuing to build up the lead in our 3rd set would be really, really big.
I think again, someone's been touching this generator, so it's only a matter of time before this pops. Ultra's really looking to get another down here. Maybe confirm another death if he can, but our survivors are doing a really good job of, I don't know if you noticed it earlier, but manipulating their scratch marks by walking, standing still, standing on top of Ultra, really.
Yeah, they're doing the best that they can, and throwing a nice little curveballs every once in a while to prolong these chases. There is that 5th generator, though. That does mean that right now Deathwish is going to be continuing to build up on the lead. 3 stacks of No Way Out has already been procced, which is 48 seconds. We're almost at about half of that 48 seconds already being expired here. So 24 seconds until our survivors can attack those doors. That is an elimination here at this point, and both of the doors are on this side of the map. Ultra might have gotten a little lucky with some RNG here in the end game.
We are going to find not only a survivor, but our injured survivor, so this isn't bad for Ultra. Of course, he would want to get Dark here, but I don't think it's looking too bad getting the down on Shrimp.
Yeah, not too bad on Shrimp, and especially because you already oversee 1 door. You are a spirit here, so you have the ability to traverse the map extremely quick. The No Way Out is off of the doors here, but if there is a oh, there's no wake up in play here, though. No.
Yeah, as you said, there's no wake up in play, and these doors are not that far spread. Honestly, RNG was on Ultra's side. This is tough, but important thing to note, that 5-point penalty again coming in huge here, because even if Ultra matches the performance,
True,
that still is not resulting in them getting the lead back.
Well, however, close the gap considerably for them, so I mean, not a bad place to be at. Ooh.
Okay, what happens here is going to be the next question, because we do see the hit now onto Dark. If Dark can go on a run here, I mean, you're running the Criminal Adam outfit. You should be the juicer if you're trying to stay with the lore within the DBD competitive community itself. Going to be seeing the vault there, though. That's going to be a big swing and a miss, because you can probably assume that just about by now, Shrimp is going to be across the way onto that door. We're also going to be seeing Dark retreating all the way to the corner. And while this is going to be the last fresh hook, and it is going to be a fresh hook and then 2 progressions and only 1 hook state going out the door, like you talked about, you didn't get shut down at 4 gens. You got all 5 complete. You didn't take the 5-point penalty. That was Demise who did that. And you got an escape. So Deathwish in a really good spot here with if the score is up to date here at this point, which I believe it is, an 11-point lead halfway through set number 3.
We've seen worse comebacks.
You want to know an interesting fact here, guys?
Hit me with it, boss.
That's the first trial Demise has won since the first set.
Oof.
It's tough.
That is definitely a really tough position to be in. I mean, they did a really good job doing what they could with that spirit match. However, with that 5-point penalty, why do I look so short? Hold on a second. With that 5-point penalty there,
Posture check.
that's a tough position to be in, really.
You know, here's the other interesting fact to counter your interesting fact there, Vader. You had mentioned how that was our first trial since the first set that Demise won.
I was
right?
thinking about that more. A little birdie in my ear told me that fact, but in the second set, it was a 1-point lead in the first game.
I wasn't even going to bring that up really to that point. I was even going to say with the fact that it's been a while since we've seen them win like a particular trial score-wise, but still because Deathwish had the better performance on the Survivor side, they still overall through the set are down by 11 points.
Yeah. My goodness. That's crazy. Yeah, honestly, this is getting kind of tough for Demise here. They've got to come out swinging in this last one. Getting the 3K was good, right? It was good.
You talked about it though. I mean, that was about the bare minimum that you needed to get.
Yeah, now you need to do it again. We need a repeat right here.
You need a 4K here because you got the bare minimum you got last trial. IMO.
So I disagree. As long as you have faith in your survivors, which this is the survivor squad of the season, right? So you should have faith.
Ah, man, but
I know
the Raid Osaka has been playing tonight. I don't know, man.
I know. I'm just saying.
I mean, Deathwish is here for a reason, but I've seen crazier comebacks.
Let's also not forget that Deathwish took down Agony, I believe it was, in the DBD League winner circuit.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
these are two strong teams. I mean, both of them are strong. I will go ahead and note though, we do have a hydrate and a stretch. So, will both of my co-hosts down here go ahead and take care of yourselves real quick. Go ahead, get yourself something to drink. All right.
Joke's on you guys. I got a standing desk. I'm always stretching.
You know what? I could stand, but this Secret Labs chair be feeling real nice on my bum.
Hashtag not an ad. Yet, by the way?
Not an ad. No. You said yet? I don't know. Not an ad. They ain't paying.
I mean, eventually at some point, Vigo's Court will land it. So then we're all going to have them for casting.
Yo. You know what?
Kind of cracked, not gonna lie.
If that happens, Rambo, if you make that happen, good Lord.
You're gonna have to repeat it. I didn't hear it.
Rambo, if you get a Secret Labs gaming chair deal, sponsorship, good Lord, then we can say Vigo's Court has the best gaming chairs on the market. You know what I mean? Then when the Pocos happens, we just go ahead and say, yeah, get a better gaming chair. I'm just kidding.
Right. I honestly, I want a Secret Labs chair because I can sit like cross-legged in them, which appeases my inability to sit like a normal person.
Wait, you could sit cross-legged in one of these?
I can sit cross-legged in my normal office chair. So, like, in a Secret Labs one, which is a little bit bigger. I'm not a very big person, though. So.
My legs are way too damn long for that shit.
I'm small.
I'll tell you what. Don't let the paleness of the skin. I got the thickness from the Latina side of my jeans, and I tell you what, I can't fit my cakes and my legs cross-legged into any chair.
That's what I'm saying, dog. I'm over
It
here
don't
like,
work,
nah,
no.
that
Yeah, I'm
ain't
sorry.
working.
I'm little. Leave me alone.
Yeah, not
And if I
working
do
at
happen
all.
to fold myself into a chair, it has to be for a minimum of 5 minutes. Otherwise, there's all sorts of creaks and pops when I unfold myself out of the chair. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right?
yeah. Ain't
Dude.
happening.
No idea. So, interestingly enough, I haven't gotten an invite from the actual party yet. I wasn't in the right lobby. Now I have the actual lobby.
They
I
forgot
just got
and
an
they're already
invite.
loaded in. They're actually
Well,
already, 2 hook states in. And...
No, so the crazy thing was that Deathwish went ahead and joined me, and they're like, so where's the killer? And I'm like, oh no, man, you're the survivors. Why'd you join my lobby? I haven't even joined the killer's lobby. Come on now. So yeah, looks like we're actually gonna see Q-Top killing.
And
Oh,
wait, what? Did I hear that right?
what?
Hold
Are
on.
you lying to me?
Q-Top is the killer.
Is Q-Top their blight?
Q-Top's their S tier.
Okay. Well,
So we know what's
Yeah.
happening now.
I mean, I think we were kind of predicting both
Yeah,
killer
we-
sets. That kinda
Yeah,
makes
this is just
sense.
confirmation of what we already knew was going to happen. But that's going to be really exciting because I don't think we've seen Q-Top kill this season. Have we? Not for Demise.
Not for Demise. We've
Not
seen
for
him kill
Demise, no.
for Outlaws of the Fog for a brief amount of time.
Yeah, when he was on the team for like a week and a half.
Now, while we're getting ready here, we talked about the fact that Deathwish is a team that did knock out Agony in. I think it was the DBD league. It might have been DBE. I can't remember. But let's not forget. And we've actually got, the organizer of the tournament, Swish, hanging out in chat, and also seeing the legendary Australian Miss Barn in the chat as well. What's up? But we have also seen Demise, I believe, under the team named Deity, won the first round of their tournament.
Yep.
So we've got, 2 powerhouses fighting all out against one another. So even though Demise might be down here, in what was it, 11-point deficit? They've got some firepower, and I wouldn't count them out just quite yet.
I agree. I would not count them out. Obviously, we talked about Ultra did bare minimum of what we needed to see to keep Demise in this, right? Definitely that penalty did not help you. But now it's up to Q-Top. And wait a minute now. When we talked about the Survivor Squad of the week and we had Q-Top come in for an interview briefly while he was at Chipotle before he got home, he said if it comes to a set 3, he was gonna have to come in and help out Demise.
Yeah.
Is this what he meant? He's not coming
It
out
must
just on
have been.
Survivor, but also on Killer?
Yeah. It's pretty impressive, man.
I'm just saying, if there was a narrative, we talked about like Deathwish and how it's the Cinderella story. Like, hey, you guys can't really make the playoffs, but welcome into the league. Dang, you win the
you can come in and
championship.
have some fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've got like 8 weeks left,
You win the championship now. And then on the other side of things, we got Demise over here. Q-Top's like, hey, yo, I'm not even there. I'm just cheering on my boys. They got this. But if they don't got this, I'll come in and save y'all. Well, guess what? We're in set 3, and now he's talking about coming in and saving them. All right. I'm ready to see whatever occurs here, and I am sure so are these survivors and the killer, although they are not set up yet. I see 3 toolboxes, and that definitely is not allowed.
Look, they're trying it. We saw them try and send us to the wrong map last time. So, maybe trying to, they would have gotten away with it too if they weren't for you meddling kids. But yeah, we're going to be seeing them setting up here real quick. And I do see the question in chat. Do we think that it's got to be back-to-back Blight trials here, right?
These are back-to-back Blight trials. No, it can't be, because Osaka already used Blight.
That's right. No. Yeah. We did use that Blight in set number 2. It's 2 back-to-back S tiers though, because it's got to be Spirit in response, right? Blight Spirit here.
I would assume so, and especially as well as Osaka did with Plague. Good Lord,
True.
I fear how the Spirit will do. Honestly, I still say that Deathwish has the advantage right here.
I wouldn't discount Demise just yet, though. Both of these teams are here for a reason, and I anticipate that no matter what happens, this is going to be a really intense match.
I agree. Definitely for anybody just joining in, this is a tied set, 1-1. Demise has 1, Deathwish has 1. This is trying to decide the whole thing. We are in trial number 3 out of 4 of the final set. As you can see by the score, Demise is down 24-35. So that is your update right here. We're waiting just like you guys are, trying to get set for the to hear about the final verdict. It really does.
While we're waiting, why don't we talk about what map we're on again? Just for anyone who might be coming in late, we're kind of at that point in the set anyways. Why don't we talk about it a little bit?
I like that. That's a good idea. So let's go ahead and review. We are going to Azerov's Resting Place, everyone. That is an Autohaven Wreckers map. Definitely you will notice it is a little bit larger map, but you know, it may have been referred to as dog bone by a lot of people. It is an eye-shaped map, so for sure has a choke point in the middle and can be utilized to get a 4-gen on one side very easily.
We are going to see now, getting ready to load in here. We've got everyone ready. I believe we finally saw the, only one toolbox as our survivors are getting to load in here. Now, question for you real quick, Shep, as we're getting to load in. With being an 11-point deficit here on the killer side, expecting to see Blight, do we see them going for more of an end game approach with a no ed, no way out, or do we go aggressive with like a Thana Ruin pop?
I think we're probably going to see a really aggressive early game build. Yeah, I think trying to leave it till end game is going to be a little too risky here, especially knowing what you need to at least put yourself back in this game right now.
I couldn't agree more, honestly. So I think that they will go with that early game pressure, and for sure we're about to find out right now.
All right, let's go ahead and take a trip back into the fog. I'm excited about it. I hear them crashing into the walls. We're going to be seeing Q-Top out on the Blight. Finding a connection very, very early with Dark here running the Atom. So might be seeing a nice, fun juicer run back here at the shack very, very early. We are going to be running the Blighted Crow as well as the Compound add-on. That way we can get some extra readings from the Aura. Now going to be seeing Q-Top getting those Aura readings, actually trying to work their way around the TNL wall, and should be able to get a connection here as well. That is 2 health state changes. No Thananophobia, though, worth mentioning as far as in the build, so not going to be getting slowed down as far as from that. Should be able, not going to be able to get the hit before this pallet, though.
A lot of pressure for Q-Top coming out the gate, though. That Compound doing a lot of work for him, letting him know exactly where everyone is. Oh, my God.
Able to establish the down, and this is going to be a down over here in the uncorrupt side of your map while you still have about 45 seconds left of corrupt intervention. That's huge here, because now you can continue to look over on this side of the map, try and disrupt people who are on these gens. We hear just a little bit of progress here. We do see, however, that our survivors did a good job of attacking that middle gen, and they are going to be leaving just simply 3 on the top side, 3 on the bottom side, probably breaking up the 3 gens on both sides next.
Yeah, I would assume that we would see them try to take down 1 gen on either side as they wait for this corrupt intervention to go down, as well as Deadlock actually showing us which generator was our most thoroughly progressed.
Now we are going to come back over and check in on our homie Shrimp hanging up on a hook here. We do see Adam moving in over here Not sure if we're going to be seeing a second survivor moving in. If this is the case, we are going to be having to just display a very good showcase of patience here. One going for the body block, now going, not going to be able to get the pull though. So that does mean Dark is going to be able to get the safe save. Uses the dead hard to be able to get away from the swing. Not going to be able to get too far away from the actual down itself though. Might be able to, if you're Q-Top, still be able to establish a second down, getting the extra value from that compound here. Now going to be working back around, not going to be able to get the down as far as on the rush itself, but is going to be able to continue taking this chase back towards Shaq.
And of course, leaving Dark on the ground for just a little bit. It'll be, if Q-Top can get the down here, I mean, that's kind of the only choice he has now because Dark will be getting picked up. I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised to see Dark getting up on his feet again very shortly here.
And I mean, I understand the reasoning for wanting to go for the tunnel out, but I can't help but wonder if maybe going for this simple 1-for-1 trade and at least starting the progress of your objective, that being the hook states across the board, might have been in Q-Top's favor. Not going to be able to find the connection with the rushes here and be able to get another hit state. That's going to be a gen getting done up on the top side of the map, and also seeing Deadlock being in play over on the top side of the map, meaning that gen is the furthest progressed.
And instead of allowing this tunnel to happen, we are going to see someone come in and take a hit for Nancy there. Just to try to prolong this chase just a little bit longer. Ooh, unfortunate.
Yeah, not going to be able to find the connection. This is huge. This is where sometimes we talk about on our super active killers like the Blight, where when you're able to get multiple health state changes with that banana phobia, you're at least getting the slowdown. But as mentioned earlier, that was not an option here for Q-Top. Did not bring that in. We did bring in, however, of course, the Corrupt, which has already been expired. We've got the Deadlock, which we have talked about, also brought in the Pop Goes the Weasel, as we're going to be seeing right there, along with one mystery perk. And, feeling the pressure right now, only 2 hook states, and I feel like you know that you've got a lot of progress and a lot of different gens, right?
Absolutely. And unfortunate to find not one, but our 2 injured survivors back in this corner trying to work on this gen. Of course, we still have quite a few resources left to us, but this is an ugly position to be in.
Yeah, especially finding the reset marker there. That's going to be an easy down because that's only a simple M1 to be able to get the survivor down on the ground, and is also going to be using this to rotate up to a middle hook here, right? And at this point, that does mean that you're going to have access to be able to put pressure wherever you want. And it's going to be, in this case, for Q-Top, opting to go back towards the Shack side here, over by where this hook was.
We are going to find some scratch marks. However, we're not going to find collision on the front of that check, which is rather unfortunate. But like I said earlier, this map has some really awkward collision spots for Blight. So I'm not really surprised that happened there.
And now going to be kind of playing defense here in the middle of the map. We do still have 3 gens up on the Shack side of the map for Q-Top. It is a little bit wider of a 3-gen than we sometimes happen to see on this map itself. But of course, yeah, I mean, when you're the Blight and you're able to go Mach 15, as long as you got the adrenaline vial pumping through you, imagine if you would have landed that. That would have been pretty sick.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there. Not able to get... I was going to say, is Shack Pal still up? Not able to get anything out of those rushes, but we will still take that health state. It'll just take us a little bit longer than we might want.
And now going to, at this point, be seeing the M1, though, after the lethal rush. That's now 3 injured survivors. And, with seeing only the 2 gens popping thus far, I'm sure it feels a little good to know that you've only lost 2 gens, but I'm sure feeling the pressure of knowing that you've got a lot of them, probably like this one around 50-60% here. But now we are going to be seeing our survivors looking for a reset. You're able to find, I believe that is Nia back here, and going to be unable to make the connection as we do see Swarma making the vault.
Yeah, rather unfortunate we weren't able to go ahead and get that hit there, but we will still continue on with chase around this tile. Not quite able to catch up with them though, so and missing the collision there. That's really unfortunate for Q-Top.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here, and we are going to be able to make a connection here. Oh, baiting out the swing by faking the vault here. This is going to be even more time spent back here. Q-Top trying to, oh no, not going to be able to get the collision to be able to work through the shack. A couple of kneels to establish dominance by Nia inside the shack itself. Also going to be seeing, oh no.
No.
That was extremely tough there. We're getting that adrenaline not adrenaline. We're getting the compound value though, as far as from the aura itself, which allows you to not make the mistake of going the wrong way around that pallet. Now going to be forcing the grab animation out of this locker is Shawarma. Of course, that just takes a little bit longer, delays this process here. And this is now going to be breaking up the 3-gen here over back on the shack side. So that does mean now our survivors have set themselves up for success in the late portion of the trial.
It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what exactly Q-Top is able to do here. Of course, we see our 4th generator popping very quickly, and a little bit of balanced landing, helping our survivor get out of there, but not helping enough for Barson to avoid getting downed.
Oh no, not going to be able to get here in time. Was trying to push over to this gen in order to apply a 25% instant regression. With that, pop goes the weasel. However, the timer just ran out. We're also going to be seeing Barson getting picked up off of the ground in the middle portion of ARP here in those middle tiles. That does mean that's one less hook that Q-Top is going to be having, and we have so much progress on not only the 1 gen, but also even over here as well. Back to the point though in the trial where we have all 4 survivors entered, so maybe Q-Top can go on a nice little slug spree here and but there's generator number 5.
We do see that adrenaline coming into play, so Q-Top's really going to want to make sure that the remaining 3 injured survivors, he can get them down and out.
Oh, and not going to be able to find the connection with the Atom here. That is Dark going with the criminal Atom. We also have Barson coming in for a protection hit here to buy just a little bit more time as well. And it's kind of, Barson getting picked from the window. This is big because Barson is the lone survivor right now that has not been hooked. So that's going to be some big stages. Of course, we do have a door that's over on this side that can start getting worked on here in about 12 seconds, as we had 3 stacks of the No Way Out whenever that was proc, so 48 seconds altogether. Now getting that compound value, seeing the borrowed time hit here as well. But again, back at this point, all 4 survivors injured and only just now going to be able to start powering up these doors.
It does sound like someone might be trying to bait the decisive strike here, or just avoiding that rush hit.
Yeah, we're not seeing any lights over here, so I do believe that is going to be resulting in 3 out across the way here. Dark just up on the shoulder. No decisive strike, though, unfortunately. That would have been huge because you would have been able to maybe make a play looking for the hatch. Instead, though, that is now going to be another hook and then a progression on to the death state. Seeing the little body smack out here, Q-Top celebrating after getting at least the 1 elimination. However, we are talking about a score right now. In set number 3, after our 3rd trial, we are looking at Deathwish with a 15-point lead going into the last trial on the killer side.
We go back to a read. We'll be right back, sir.
My lord, guys. And I'm hearing real quick, actually, that we may need to check something. So I am going to take us to a be right back screen just briefly. But we'll be right back after a short break.
Hang tight, guys.
we're back, everybody. So we will be going right into the final trial here, and there actually still is a chance for Demise to win here.
It is tough. It will not be easy, but Demise knows what their win condition is here.
Yes, and for anybody that may have been asking as well about that, like that reset as fast as it happened there, that's what we like to call the old-fashioned like double heal, right? Like go ahead and 99 your friend, then 99 the next guy, 99 the third guy, and then real quick just go pop, pop, pop. We're all healed now. Go ahead and hide the fact that you're healing up, because
Sometimes
otherwise
you just
the blight
gotta get it
would've
for
come.
style points. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the other thing too, especially in the situation where it had happened, you know, you've got everyone injured. The last thing you want to do is give a killer an indication that you are going for a reset. So if you are able to, reset everyone very quickly in succession, then all they are basically forced to do is then continuing to chase the survivor that is the injured one. And now you just have time to go start attacking the gens, kind of like we saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it was a really smart play, honestly. Top tier gameplay from Deathwish for sure.
They can't invite you.
Unfortunately, it looks like I'm unable to be invited, is what the team is saying, and that's probably because I'm still on the scoreboard. But let's go ahead and try to get into our killer's lobby. That way we can get to this final trial. And I know that it's really looking like we're going to see Deathwish taking this home. But do either of you have a lot of faith in Demise here to pull it back?
I do.
You do?
I think if anyone can do it, I think it's Demise. I know Deathwish, they've kind of been our underdog team, and this is not me discounting them in any way, shape, or form. They are a super strong team, and they've done really well. But I've got faith in the boys over at Demise.
Hugh, what do you think?
I mean, this is a battle of, two very strong teams. It's kind of, what happens when a unstoppable force meets an immovable object sort of deal. You know what I mean? We've talked about it multiple times. I mean, Deathwish has had a pretty good tear here recently in comp DBD, although Demise has as well. And in case you're wondering, well, maybe I haven't seen as much from Demise, they have also been competing under Deity. Deity did win. We have Swish hanging out in chat. The first round as far as Swish's tournament. They were the champs as far as that. So, I mean, both teams have a lot of experience and a lot of firepower. And I mean, if anyone could pull a comeback like this, it would be Demise. But I mean, I just feel like the story has kind of written itself for the perfect ending here, right? Deathwish coming in. We already talked about it being their intent was so we're just going to come in and kind of have some fun for the rest of the season, right? And instead, they earned themselves the playoff berth. They are now here in the finals, and now you're just one trial away. You've got a good lead, and you're playing killer.
I mean, yeah, that honestly, this is kind of crazy. I didn't think we would be in this situation, but hey, Q, you know how you said that like you were giving the commentator the caster's curse, right? And how you wanted it to come down to the last trial.
Yep, y'all are welcome. Y'all can thank me later.
I'm just saying, like, you got exactly what he asked for. Like, good lord.
You called it. Q's a witch.
Yeah, my body isn't liking the fact, sometimes when it's like when you don't want to be right, but you're right. That was just one of those situations because my body. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry.
When my body talks to me, it's not generally a good thing. It is generally a very painful kind of talk. But
this is a very painful
kind
kind
of
of
talk.
talk.
With you, I'm kind of looking at my clock right now and seeing that it's like 10:30. I'm like, dude, at this point, do I just like
pull an all-nighter?
slam down an all-nighter and then slam another monster down and then wait till after OCE and take a nap before DBE tomorrow? Or like, what do we do?
You know, I feel it. I mean, like, if you want to hop on,
I'm
and
not
swip
23
after,
anymore, though. I'm not 23 anymore. I just had my birthday a week and a day ago. We turned 33. Those old all-nighters hit different, though. You know.
I didn't realize there was that age difference between us. I mean, like, I'm only 26. I turn 27 like this next month, but like,
I know I look good for my age. I get it.
yeah,
I get
you
it.
do. You do. You do. Good job, my dude.
I think that's because you didn't. I don't have like the balding hairline because I lost that a long time ago. You know, so like it's.
I mean, you could have fooled me. I thought it was just a choice. You were over here with the razor. You're like, I just want the hair down here, not up here.
I mean, it is. That's a story for a different day. But yeah.
All right. Hey, stay tuned. Come back for season 3. We'll get that story from Q. All right. Oh, we got a raid incoming as well. You guys have come in time for the last trial of the day. So soon as we have all of our survivors in here, which, by the way, let me go ahead and show you a little peeky. Nope, we don't have all of them. We're missing one. But oh, yeah, sad. But as soon as we get all of them, we'll be all set to go. We're just kind of waiting a little bit. But Q, it sounds like chat saying just stay up. All right?
Oh man.
Stay up, dude. You know,
Sleep is for the weak.
sleeps for the week. Don't you have more Ash to Erie to edit?
Man, dude, I ain't gonna be able to do that this time, but I do need. You know what though? I've been getting so caught up in the music TikTok here recently. I need to get back into my Ash to Erie edit. I just kind of, I think part of it was I hit it so hard, and then I got really busy, and then the first weekend doing the OCE tournament, like really kicked my butt because I did not prepare for the 3 a.m. wake up, and then this last week I was just kind of busy doing the music stuff. I can't make any excuses.
Dog, I go to bed at 3 a.m. Waking up at 3 a.m. Good Lord.
No, waking up at 2 a.m.
Wow.
to be ready for 3
Under
a.m.
no
Can't
circumstances.
imagine what it's like.
Yeah,
Like-
honestly, I do gotta say, the first weekend I did it, got so much more respect for what Shep does over here, coming from the JPN time zone. You know, doing it pretty much every week for us over here at Vigo. So big hats
Fair,
off. to
you-
Shep.
I think you've got it a lot harder than I do because I just got me, myself, and I to worry about. You've got like a whole ass boatload of responsibilities. So
I mean, still, that's both of you waking up at ungodly hours of the night. Good job.
I'm also still a fresh young flower who doesn't need sleep.
You know, I felt that way, and then I had kids.
See, I'm older than you, but I don't have kids, so
Well, kids
I get
age
to
you
keep my
like 10
youth.
years, so I'm older than you. Figuratively.
Yay.
All right, but we do have all the survivors.
You're
And
spicy.
we're convinced that this is Spirit here, right? Like it's got to be. You're not bringing anything else here. I feel like,
If
right?
you bring anything else, I think you leave the door open to possibly have a 4.
I think
out
if you
and
bring
possibly
anything
have
else,
a
you
win.
might be throwing.
Yeah, I think you have to bring a spirit. But who knows?
Fog Trapper plays.
I mean, if they bring Trapper, I bet Ultra will walk into 3 traps.
Yo, honestly,
At least.
oh my god, remember that was hilarious.
Same one twice.
The same one twice? Yeah.
Shep, were you able to watch that one, Shep? Ultra walking into Ultra played against Trapper, looked a trap, looked at the trap. Like, I mean, the trap was at the top of the basement stairs. Man stops and looks at it, turns around, walks into it. I'm trapped.
Where was this? Where did this happen?
This is during one of the play streams.
Yeah, it was on the swamp.
Yeah, it was.
It was on the swamp. And first of all, he got put in the basement because he got caught in a trap. And then released himself from that trap, I think, right? He released himself from it. And then the trapper reset the trap. He ran around the shack, walked into the same trap.
Honestly,
Look,
though, I
look.
definitely.
Look,
Wait, that wasn't play stream either.
Oh, it wasn't a
Look.
play stream.
all I want to say
That
is that you
actually
can't discount Trapper. Those traps will get you, dude. I
That's
fucking hate
true,
Trapper. I
though.
hate
Honestly,
playing against Trapper so much. I fucking hate it.
anyone
like,
who's
man,
been
I don't wanna look
over
at
on
my
my
feet.
channel knows the first thing I say whenever I see Trapper is rip my ankles, because I am a magnet for finding the traps, even if I'm looking for them. I do exactly what we're Clown and Ultra for. It's very easy for me to do it because I live there. I live in that space. So
Yeah, definitely. Every time I
in
see
the
a trapper, I'm like, don't worry, guys. I will find every single trap for you. Don't even worry.
See, I try to just annoy the trapper and then find myself in that same position. Like I am that dude that's like, I go ahead and I disarm a trap and I'm like, trapper, I disarmed your, oh, my leg.
yeah,
Oh,
that's
God.
me too. Actually,
Okay, well, Trapper S tier, I fucking guess.
I seem to recall a clip from back before the rework to the corn maps was me stunning a trapper with the pallet at Shack, dropping a couple of kneels to assert dominance, vaulting the window right into a trap.
Yep.
And then, of course, I got the nice little slow look up front to the window, look down at the trap, and slow look up at the window before I got retreated.
Nah.
I can't help but laugh. I deserved it, man. Karma fucking sucks.
Nah, my favorite was for sure like a trapper put a trap next to like the shack pallet, right? And it was on a swamp map, so it's the tall dark grass. I didn't know they also had a trap in the corner. So I go ahead and I'm like, I'm gonna untrap shack pallet, because why not? So I disarm it. And then he's like coming towards me, so I'm like, oh, I'm gonna just run around the shack. I already disarmed the trap. I'm good. Oh Lord, there goes my right ankle. It's broken. Somebody help. So yeah,
My ankle is broken.
yeah, exactly.
Bro.
But we do have all of our survivors and our killer readied up, so I'm gonna go ahead and let them get to the final trial of the final verdict. How many more times can I say final before this is over?
The final countdown.
Baby.
That was a lovely duet.
Love it. You feeling the love, the passion, and now getting ready for the fourth trial of our third set. It all comes down to this. We have gone through 15 weeks here.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
You know what would be crazy? I'm gonna put this out there. What if enough points get scored to where we have a tie and have to go to sudden death?
Stop.
Don't do it.
I'm just saying.
Don't do it.
What if it happens? Caster curse? Maybe. I'm just saying. All right.
No.
If we have to go to sudden death, can we make an exception to the rule, make both of them play Trapper?
Good Lord. I'm gonna leave that up to the refs.
Ooh, Trapper and Ghostface though? I'm down. So let's go ahead and take one last trip back into the fog here for season 2. And to everyone's surprise here, we're going to be seeing Osaka out on the Spirit here. We are going to be seeing the Corrupt Intervention and 3 mystery perks. We do see some scratch marks here as we move up towards the shack side. A swing in the mist at the pallet. However, now I'm going to be finding Super Aranova, who is going to be retreating back towards the shack.
I was like, we are just gonna hit and run there, going back and finding, ooh, not quite able to connect, but definitely finding another survivor, gonna eat that pallet straight to the face.
Yeah, now going to be continuing this chase here through this middle part. And if you can get a couple of these pallets down, this is now another pallet out of the way of this middle portion of the trial. And, this is going to be huge. We also see the reset, though, coming in across the way onto Super Aranova. And also we'll see as we look around that we do have kind of a more balanced map setup in the sense of you've got a pretty good 3-gen across the top, 3 gens across the bottom, and then a middle gen that's pretty well in the middle here as well. So looking pretty solid here for our last and final trial. We saw someone back behind the bus. Here's some scratch marks.
And we all know how scratch marks love to do their own thing, so Gonna give Osaka a little bit of pause there, but it looks like we're gonna just go ahead and flip through the fun bus window and take chase with our Nancy here. Unfortunately, coming out of phase just a little too late to get that hit.
And this is big. I mean, we're talking here, and I was kind of looking at things. I mean, we're going to need pretty well a darn near perfect game here from our survivors. They've been off to a good start thus far. We have yet to see a hook state come in. Corrupt intervention now being off of the generators itself in Osaka. Not going to be committing to that gen, instead going to be checking back in on this middle generator. Dry kick here. Not going to be seeing any scratch marks here. And I feel like right now Osaka might be playing more of the playing not to lose game instead of just coming out and playing to win.
Definitely gonna be, ooh. Definitely looks like we're going to take the slow and steady approach to this match. Osaka really wanting to confirm the win here. Ooh, and getting that quick down on Ultra.
Here we are going to be seeing hook state number 1 up here on the top side of the map. This is the side that was the corrupt side, so minimal gen pressure over here. And this is now going to be hook number 1. We're going to be double checking in, I would imagine, over here at this middle gen. Getting close to around 50%, not quite there. However, so your 4 gen up on the top side being really strong and intact.
And we do hear a lot of progress on the center gen. Ooh, I was gonna say, are we gonna ignore the Naya? Ooh. Really didn't think that was gonna be a stun. That was very interesting.
Definitely giving plus 10 wood to the face to that spirit. Love to see it from these survivors. And I mean, as far as trying to keep this alive, look how fast the resets are coming in, guys. Demise still has a chance here for sure if they continue playing this way. There are 26 points available on the board, and as long as they take minimal hook states and nobody takes really second hooks, they're looking in good shape.
Yeah, and I would imagine with only seeing 1 gen pop thus far, that does probably mean our survivors are spreading the pressure. And you had also mentioned, of course, seeing those very fast resets coming in. However, Q-Top is being found. Now 3 injured survivors throughout the trial itself here. Osaka is going to continue the chase, though, with Q-Top, it looks like. Now moving back. I guess this would be back towards our bottom right back. You're not going to be able to get the connection before the vault and the pallet throw, but that is 1 more pallet that is now down and out and removed from this trial here. So Osaka creating some more dead zones.
It does look like we are going to commit to this chase here. Ooh, fortunately, Q-Top is able to get over that pallet before the hit can land, which will buy his team just a little bit more time. Ooh.
Bro, Q-Top, we got to teach you the rules, man. The rules are you're not supposed to bag if you're going to end up on the ground 7 seconds later. But this is now going to be a fresh hook here, if I'm not mistaken, here onto Q-Top. Hook number 2 thus far into the trial. And, you know, as Vader had kind of talked about earlier, we're going to be needing to see our survivors needing to play very, very careful, restricting the amount of hooks from here. You've already spread the pressure amongst 2. You really want to get as many of those additional points for escaping with at least 1 additional hook state left. So we are going to see Ultra going to take this chase here now towards the jungle gym, back where we do have a generator complete up here at 1 o'clock. But if we can actually make this chase last a while, this would be good. But instead, Osaka with some good awareness finding Ultra with the M1.
Osaka probably has some really good headphones to have heard Ultra there. And now we're going to try to take chase at this main building. We do see someone moving in to try and protect Ultra, keep him on his feet just a little bit longer there.
Seeing, though, again, our survivors here from Demise doing a good job rotating in, prolonging these chases. Nice body block by GPU, which will allow Ultra to now rotate back towards our jungle gym here. Not sure if they're going to have the distance. Instead, we do see the double back, though, by Quentin. Able to make things last just a little bit longer. I would imagine we're going to be seeing a 3rd gen getting complete relatively soon here. We are going to see if there was an attempt at a save here by Super Aranova, not going to be able to get into position. Now hook state number 2 for Ultra, hook state number 3 altogether in this generator at main does have a 4th piston starting to pump, and that's not even the one that's covered up by Deadlock.
Yeah, Survivor's doing a really good job of putting pressure down on multiple generators. I was actually surprised to see only one gen pop there, but this isn't a bad position to be sitting in if you are Demise trying to take a win from this.
And this is going to be tough here because now we've got Ultra still sitting up on a hook across the way. Right now, Demise doesn't want to have any more... Oh, that's not a generator that was covered by Deadlock or the other one that was in front of the main building that popped there. That's another gen across the way completely. Not sure if we're going to be seeing a save onto Ultra. Was that pause? Did we possibly see a camaraderie come into play there?
I think we saw kinship. I was gonna say it
did
earlier.
Come after me, Netflix. Yes, kinship now. My bad.
Yeah, I was pretty sure we saw kinship right there. And look, the reset on Ultra came in super fast too.
And now also seeing Super Aranova getting healed as well. That man, right now, the buildup, the anticipation right now for hook states. We are at the point of pretty much not being able to give up any more stages if we are Demise here, with an S, by the way. Of course, we are going to be seeing 3 points added for the additional generator, and then if we can get all 4 people out, oh man, this is going to be down to the very wire. I think we might have even already made our condition. If we didn't, I don't know if we can allow another hook state here.
So you see,
Definitely.
by my calculations, I don't think they can give up one more hook state because they're not going to get a bonus point for Ultra already.
Right.
And I don't know if you see what I see. There's a haste status effect here, and that scares me.
And our survivors are now going to be well aware of it.
Oh man, and they also had some scratch marks over here by where it was, but since Osaka had been able to secure the down so quickly here, is going to be able to find it is Super Aranova that is running away from that position. Also, Super Aranova is your survivor with the flashlight, so you don't have to worry about a flashlight save being in the vicinity here. But oh no, I mean, with 3 stacks on the no way out, when that procs, that is going to be still even about 6 seconds left before you can even worry about powering the doors. And that is going to be a second stage on the Q top. 5 stages altogether.
Oh no! That was really smart to go ahead and protect to get the get the totem broken, but I don't know if this puts you in a good position either way.
Yeah, because if the hook that's on the, or if Q-Top being on the hook doesn't secure it, I do believe Osaka would be securing it here. Oh, but GPU getting up off of the ground.
I think yeah, it's out of, it might be out of reach right now, but it sounds like the refs are kind of deliberating on whether it is or isn't. So we'll wait.
Yeah, so here we are going to see here at this point, and that is going to be a down. And if that last hook wasn't the one that secured it, this one does here indeed. This is going to be Osaka, our not our comeback player of the year. I'm sorry. But Osaka coming out here and just, I mean, really putting on a big play to just be able to bring this thing back for Deathwish here, to be able to go from the wild card position, taking down 2 big team names, fighting through now 11 trials and fighting all the way till the end. This is definitely got to be feeling good for the victory lap for Osaka here.
Yeah, and I'm hearing from our refs right now. Our final verdict MVP is going to be named Osaka.
And I mean, it's hard to debate that, right? I mean, we've just seen so many great performances from Osaka. I mean, even you can include seeing some good survivor play from Osaka too. But I mean, the killer side really just been where it's at, fighting through the flashlight here. And it looks like Osaka might even be going for one last down at the door. That's Michaela going for some heal techs here, trying to see if we can do that. Now, though, there is still one more injure. Oh. Oh, hatch play.
Oh,
No,
gosh.
the other exit gate's open. This is going to be a 4-out, but like we said, I don't think there's any way, even with the 4-out, GPU only did have one hook state, so they still got their bonus point, but I think they still end up losing it.
Just a bit shy. We're gonna see the final
yeah,
score
3
coming
point shy.
across here,
That's
65 to
so
62.
What an incredible game. Oh my goodness. I really, I think we expected the teams to keep it close, but I didn't think it would end this close. And what an incredible comeback for Demise.
Honestly, yeah, that was a very incredible comeback. And I mean, it was originally a comeback for Deathwish, right? Because it was looking not so great for them after the first set.
Yeah, I mean, Demise came out in very convincing fashion. It wasn't in the fashion like we saw in set number 2 where there was a decision before the 4th game, but there was a pretty significant point difference in the first set, and then to come out and to do that was incredible. And man, 11 just barn burner matches. You'll love to see it.
Yep. That's honestly, this was nuts, guys. As somebody said, it has been 5 grueling hours. Yeah, we're sitting at 4 hours and 44 minutes. Hey, both of you, my co-hosts here, give yourself a pat on the back. Like it's just been a pleasure to be up here with both of you for 5 hours, basically, right?
Yeah, just the
Best way to spend my morning,
session,
honestly. Yeah, best way to spend my mornings with you guys.
Yo, love it. And we do see Deathwish convicted of murder here. As you can see by the score to the final set, 62-65. Good Lord, couldn't have been any closer. And guess what? They've been convicted of murder in our final verdict, right? And so I am going to have to sentence...
Wait. Before we go too far here.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Hold on, I gotta make sure I'm in pitch. No, one thing I wanted to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't the point penalty in the 3rd set?
Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Oh, no. No.
It was.
It was in the 2nd set, but oh, no.
Wait, it was in the 2nd set, so it wasn't that.
No,
I thought
it was
this one.
it was in the 3rd set. It was in this set, but it was a second match of this set. Good Lord. I know what you were bringing up.
So unfortunate.
Good Lord. No, Ultra, no. That is so sad. You have made me ultra sad today.
But what's more crazy is to think that that's how close these teams were, because even without the penalty, it would have been a 1-point game just in the opposite direction. Sorry, 2-point game.
Yeah, it really would have. My goodness, that's crazy. Oh my gosh. Also, what I was gonna say before was that since this is the conviction of murder in the final verdict, it has to happen. Deathwish is sentenced to death.
So death row they go, I say, huh?
Indeed. To the gallows with you.
Do we know, have they already signed up to protect their title in season 3?
Well, I think we have 2 lovely people that can answer that question for us. Osaka, Dark, welcome to the interrogation room. And will you be returning for next season?
I do believe so. I think after after all the matches that we played, I think we're gonna take it easy for a little bit. I would love to come back, of course. So I will probably say yes. We would probably come back and defend our title.
Osaka,
Yes.
I would imagine you've got to be feeling amazing right now. Tell me what is running through your mind, knowing that over the course of this season, we saw, a formation of a team, a disbandment of the team. You change rosters. You come over onto Deathwish here. Y'all make a tear through the end of the regular season, getting the wild card and then pulling it home after 5 hours here in the final verdict. What's going on in that mind of yours?
You know, at the beginning of everything, after leaving Corrupt, I believe was the name of the team. At that point, I was just kind of playing the play at that point. I wasn't really expecting too much to happen.
Yeah.
And then after joining Deathwish with not so good of the record, since we took over another team's record, and we started performing really well, I was kind of shocked at first. I was like, wait, are we doing this right now? Are we doing this? And then after week after week after week, it just kept on stacking up the wins for us. And then we went to a game against 6. We beat them. We beat Monarchy. And then here we are against Demise, and we pulled it off. We won by 3 points, and I think that's crazy to think about. I'm like very, very like happy about it and shocked at the same time.
Definitely enjoyed, my friend.
Yeah.
And Dark. Cool.
Go ahead, Shep.
And Dark, how are you feeling about everything? You put up an incredible Survivor show, proving to be very difficult for our killers to catch. So I'm sure you're feeling pretty good after everything.
Yeah, it was really nice to see us come on top after the 5 hours of matches. It was a really long time, but at least we're done now. They're fun games, just
a lot.
things that we need to work on. Yeah,
A long time, yeah.
Yeah, we're all a little bit tired now, so.
Hey, so just because we know that obviously this one was more for bragging rights.
First season back, no sponsors or anything like that, right?
Right. Next season when you come back. I'm
when
saying
you come back, I like that.
Yeah,
I like
no.
that. Yeah.
You see, I'm all about putting the positive energy out there. So when you come back to defend your title, there'll be a couple grand on the line. So definitely come defend that and try to take what's yours.
Of course, we will definitely try our best, and I'm gonna sign that check, and it's gonna say Deathwish on it.
Ooh, I like it. Osaka going ahead, putting the energy out there, going, oh, I see your energy. I'll go ahead and take that. Yeah, that's my name right there. So, hey, Dark, how do you feel about it? You gonna come out next season? You gonna come out with the confidence?
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna come back next season, hopefully, and hopefully put up just as good a result as we did this season.
I love it. 2 of the players from Deathwish right here, and I mean, like, honestly, you both did amazing. Dark, you were juicing on the Survivor side.
Like, 100%.
Juicing, yeah.
Good lord.
I mean,
everyone was
running the criminal at him the way you should. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh my god.
Oh man. And hey, is it okay if we give one final award out for today?
One more award?
Yeah.
I mean, since it's the end of the season, I guess it's only fair.
I guess we could do one more.
So I want Q to say this one though, because Q didn't say any of them.
We've already talked about it, but I want to talk to Osaka because I'm not sure if you heard, because you were in the middle of securing home the dub here in the very tight 3-point game. But we do have a final verdict MVP, being Osaka. Very much deserved, and congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, I appreciate it very much. It means a lot to get an award like that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Definitely well earned. You came out and showed that you were here for business. So
I was.
That was what, 3 straight killer matches that were 4Ks? Is that right? Or close to?
Yeah, it was. I believe overall, I think I 4K'd it. I think it was Plague and Blight, and yes. And then Oni, I got a 3K, but it was very
they got to the
game was
hatch,
very
yeah.
close. Yeah. It was very close though, very close.
So I do want to ask both of you actually. We're at the end of the season. You guys kind of came in halfway through. Well, Osaka, you had already been in the season previously, but as Deathwish, you guys came in halfway through. Was there any one moment, if you could pick one, both of you, that stood out the most to you or that you will remember over anything else from this season?
I'm gonna be completely honest. It's probably this game that we played today. I'm gonna be completely honest. Just everyone
fair.
played
That's
like
valid.
out of their mind for 5 straight hours of this game, and I know on a lot of people's brains playing this game for that long is very yeah, let's just say that. So we still, yeah, it was just that probably the game that we played today was the star of that.
What about you, Dark?
Yeah, and I'd probably have to agree with Osaka. Specifically, though, today, Osaka's Blake game on Pole Tower was incredible.
I love that you picked a game that you weren't even actively playing in.
I can't help myself. Osaka
No,
just
I
played
don't
so
blame
well in that
you.
game.
I don't even blame you.
Yeah, honestly, it was an absolutely cracked out game.
Again, if you could have seen our faces the entire time that match was going on, I mean, I'm sure you could hear it in Shep and Q's voices with their, oh my God, oh my God. But like, yeah, like 100%, like jaws, floor, detached from the rest of your face. Yes, that's, it was a scene to watch for sure.
Yeah, he played absolutely incredible in that match.
I would have to agree for sure. And we have definitely had the pleasure of having you guys, and it's been a pleasure to have you. So for sure, do you have any final remarks you want to give to the fans of Vigos, your fans as well? Maybe future opponents next season. I know we haven't released a schedule or anything for next season, but guys, join the Discord if you want to know more.
I think for everyone watching today and sticking with the whole 5 hours, appreciate that. Your guys' support really means a lot, so thank you, appreciate it.
5 hours of the light session.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, 5 hours definitely. You feel it a little bit, especially like in the vocal cords. You know, I'm gonna have to go get more to drink, but but yeah, guys, it has been a pleasure.
Dark?
Yeah, Dark. Yes.
Pretty much the same as Osaka. For anyone that's stuck around for the whole 5 hours, thanks for being here and watching the See you guys next season.
We definitely look forward to seeing you guys next season as well. Shep, Q, you guys got any final remarks before we take it out for the final verdict? This is the last sayonara for the season.
You want to go first?
No, I mean, honestly, we appreciate y'all coming and vibing with us, man. You know, bringing Vigos back this season has been a lot of fun. I know when I was first approached by Vader, I was happy to kind of work on something kind of from the ground up. I was still pretty new as far as a caster. It's been a lot of fun. Our group here that we have on the desk today, kind of being our main core group, but also with who we have in the background. You know, it's just a really fun group to work with, and I really look forward to seeing what we got coming forward in the rest of 2022.
Shep.
I mean, pretty much same. This has been an incredible journey. This was really my first foray into comp too. I was pretty new to comp when we started all of this, and it's been a really great opportunity to grow and meet everyone that I've gotten to meet. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you guys so much to everyone, all of our teams, all of our players, our incredible staff and crew, my 2 favorite casters in the entire world. Thank you guys for making this such a great time and making all of the long days, early mornings completely worth it. All right, Vader, your turn.
Honestly, I mean, I'm gonna echo a lot of what you guys are saying. Honestly, like my journey with Vigos originally started out as I was a viewer just like all of you guys out there supporting Vigos right now. I wanted to get into comp. I watched Vigos season 0, season 1, and then the break happened where there was no Vigos. And I went ahead and I hit up Rambo and I was like, hey, these are dark times. We need Vigos to come back. He's like, hey, I don't have casters. I was like, oh, we got you. We got you. Hold on. Let's make it happen. We went ahead. Of course, we didn't have the sponsors, so we were telling teams, hey, we don't have a prize pool or anything this season, but you guys still came out in support. Shout out to y'all.
And next season's going to be juicy.
That's what I'm saying, though. So definitely, we've now gone ahead and we've been able to build ourselves back up after having the break, and we built ourselves back up stronger. So, hey, this league's here to stay. I like it. So for sure, I think that's all that needs to be said before we go ahead and take this one out. Don't you guys agree?
Yeah, man. We'll catch y'all next time. We'll appreciate y'all. I can't wait for season 3, baby.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Court's adjourned.
Peace.
Bye, guys. Stay safe. Mwah.
You know